It is January 4th, 2024, 4:02 p.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Daryl Jones here.
Steve Morris here. I'd ask everybody to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I have any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, I move
It is
public.
January 4th, 2024, 4:02 p.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Daryl Jones here.
Budget Advisory Committee.
Point of order. Excuse me, could you please repeat the letters?
A is an apple. This is where I got in trouble on the cake. D is in dog.
D is in dog. Thank you very much.
You said A and B.
Yes.
D as in dog.
D is in dog.
He's a
Yeah.
dog.
Any other adjustments?
Where would you like that placed?
Is it gonna affect the budget discussion?
No.
We can do it before new hires.
For what?
Before new hires,
Thank you.
so it would become Roman numeral number 9. And we would get rid of 16 and then we just shift that. Are there any other adjustments to the agenda? Hearing none. Public comment? I have one signed up. Christopher?
I'm actually all set.
We have no approval of public minutes. The non-public minutes from January 2nd, there were 2 sets, were both approved on January 2nd during the non-public. We have no student representative report, which brings us to information action items. A, budget review and update for discussion information.
So thank you very much. So over the last couple of days, our team has worked very, very hard to pull together a budget that we feel would be, would not highly affect our school district. But what I would like to say is that as educators and as people that work in the school system, when we put the budget together initially, the goal was to do what was in the best interest of the students and the community. So by no means were we trying to do anything to the community that would hurt or hinder them by any means. But I would also like to say that when I was hired because of what I have been referred to numerous times have been referred to me is to help fix a broken ship. And so by doing this job, what I wanted to say to the board and open publicly is that it's very complicated for me to mend or fix a ship when I'm underwater and I'm being supplied toilet paper. If you want us to move this ship forward and fix it, we really need to have steel and wood to be able to mend this ship, to put it afloat, and to make it move forward. So when we presented to you the budget this year, it was what was in the best interest of students, it was what was in the best interest of staff, it was what was in the best interest of the community, and it was to make our district move forward. My staff is very loyal and have put in countless days, time, energy, their own finances to help support our district. They've also, with this budget process, given up things. And because they have given up things, we were able to get the budget down to $6,716 above default. That is a huge cut, and that is without cutting any staff. So I want the board just to know that we were able to keep all of our staff and make some adjustments. But some of the things that I've had to remove is material. I mean, when I say material, I'm talking about curriculum. So we are going to do our best to make sure that we can be able to supply our kids with all the curriculum and things that they need moving forward. Software, technology equipment. We did cut raises for the non-contracted staff, furniture and equipment, and we were able to move some of our positions into what is called a CSI grant or Title I grants. So we were able to do that. We were able to keep the full-time athletic director because I know that was of importance to the board when we talked about it, the study hall monitor, and we were able to keep the curriculum summer work, which that is helping us align our curriculum throughout our district in order to continue to move forward. So I am more than happy to take any questions or comments or thoughts from the board on the decision that we did, but I feel that we did a great job without cutting positions to get that close to default. That I had the number, how much we had to cut, but it was roughly over, the board had entrusted us to, or asked us to cut over $885,953 from the budget. So that was a big task. We didn't get to cut that because that would have made level funding. Level funding, for those that don't know, what that means is the same, we'd have to run the district with the same exact amount of money that we did this current school year, putting in raises for our support staff, raises for our other staff, as well as we know that the cost of goods and everything has gone up. Would be highly impossible for us to run our district effectively level funding. We did try, and I know the board had the opportunity to go through themselves and look at the budget, and if they have any additional areas that they wanted us to look at for cutting, we would be more than happy to take that on.
Some of the board want to level fund it, but all the board didn't agree to that. Just for the record. One thing I wanted to note, because it's been said, was last year we raised the taxes $1.78, but in reality, we gave back $253,166, which roughly within a penny-ish, it would actually, we only increased the taxes $1.53. So it's 25 cents that, because the district for a while now has been trying to give back like $500,000 at the end of the year with what's left over. The only question I have, Rob, is do you know like when that, like how does that work? Because I know like when I just got my new tax bill, it didn't reflect a 25 or 24 cent. Thank you, sir.
It's the unreserved fund balance that goes to offset taxpayers towards the end of the year, so we know more towards the end of the
So the
budget.
second,
So it's kind of like
bill, maybe?
this year's for next year's
Okay.
budget offset, so.
yeah, I was just curious, as I'm sure most people are. If you're saying you gave back money, then why don't I see it in my tax rate? So, but I think it's important because we often overlook that. We'll talk about it in a meeting, but that's something that should be talked about a little more. Like, hey, it's a positive thing. That's a fair amount of money to people to get back to them that we didn't spend. So I just want to mention that, I guess, right off the bat. But.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd also like to add that we were able to move the tax rate impact from $1.19 to 55 cents. And I can give you the new revenue paper. And I just want to let you know, you would have had this a lot sooner, but we were up to the hour getting all this done for everyone. You're welcome, sir.
So when I look at this, where it says fund balance used to reduce taxes, so that's a projection.
Yes, 250 is a projection. And that's a pretty average projection for this district, historically, as far as I know.
And so that reflects in the 53 cents.
Yes.
Any other questions? Comments? Mr. Spalding?
The $885,000 figure, does that reflect the absence of the 250?
The 250 from the paras?
The amount to reduce taxes that was in last year's
Oh,
budget?
sorry.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
For level funding, the 800,000 roughly that you would have had to cut, does that include the 200?
Yes.
With the 200 out? or 200 in.
with the 250 in.
This right here.
So,
what is
okay,
this?
so the 885, take away the 250.
So what he's asking you
Right.
is, this right here, what we had to cut, 800, that's from our actual budget. That doesn't include the 250 that was sent back.
Exactly. It's not including the 250.
Okay, so with that present, now, did the administration garner that that was a possibility that the school board was going to do?
Did we, that you were going to,
Not raise $250,000, take it out of the pockets of the citizen, just to return it back to them a year later, with no interest?
that's how it's been done here for years, and so we just followed along with what has been done here.
I'm not blaming anybody.
No, I know.
It is an opportunity in bad times to not take the money from them in the first place, as opposed to taking it and then returning it. So that is the only issue on that $250,000. Has nothing to do with anything else other than removing it from their pocket and then returning it later.
So I think what the goal is, Bert, is the goal is to be, if we have extra money, that's what it comes from. But when we do a budget, we do the budget based on if we were to hire all employees that are budgeted for. And so what happens is, at the end of the year, if we didn't hire all of our employees, then that money would be left over. An example would be, we currently don't have an English teacher, a fax teacher, and 2 English teachers, right? And some special ed teachers. So because we were not able to hire them, that money would be available at the end. But if we were to cut that money out now, we're taking teaching positions away. So that money is in the budget to be used. It's going back to the taxpayers if it's not used.
I'm very cognizant of that, Donna. That's been years and years and years. I've been here and watched 27 teachers went out, and where did that pot of money go? I got all of that. But we have a community that we have to take into consideration on this side, as you on your side have to take into consideration your community.
Let's see if I understand this right. If we were to take that 250,000 out
Of the budget.
of the budget, we would not be able to hire that teacher if that teacher became available.
That is correct. If you took $250,000, if you took that 250 out of the budget currently, I would have to cut enough teachers to fulfill that amount. I should say teachers and staff. I don't want to say just teachers, staff in general.
Because see, as I understand this most recent discussion, that 250,000 is in there because we don't have some people to fill particular positions right now. So if we take that out, those positions go away. How does that affect the current teachers? It doesn't, right?
The current teachers that we have,
Yes.
we'd have to look, teachers and staff, we'd have to look at, if you take that money out, where we would have to cut that from our current budget that we just presented to you. So we would have to look at that budget and say, where do we take that $250,000 out?
Now, I thought that 250,000 is in there because we don't have these teachers right now, we're not having to pay them.
No, they're in there, but if we hire those teachers, then that money, a portion of that money goes away. So it's not a line item that says $250,000 in case you hire teachers. It's in the teacher's salary, the para's salary, it's in the salaries of all
Oh,
of.
it's in that grouping now?
Yeah, it's in a whole bunch of the different groupings, so whether it be a school psychologist, whether it be OT, it could be PT, it could be paras, it could be teachers, it's all of them in general. And it could be other things, so if we don't use all of our money in our supply lines, it's everything.
Okay.
It's whatever is extra that we did not use.
Yeah, that's a part of it I wasn't understanding, okay.
We had students with needs that moved out and we could use.
Yeah, so, but she's saying if we had special ed students that had certain needs, and we were using the money for that, but then they moved out, now we have that money available to give back. So,
But we could possibly have special needs students coming in
correct.
between now and the end of this current school year, or the end of the next school year. Because we're talking the next school year here.
Correct, that's why we don't do the money until the end.
I understand.
Whoops, I'm sorry.
The budget process requires all expenditures that you anticipate to be given in a budget that you give to the board for approval. Fair to say?
Yes,
Okay? And those teachers that are vacant positions should be in that budget that we review at that time.
correct.
Okay? So to look at last year, you had positions that you did not fill.
Correct,
Okay? And that was the 250 that you returned?
correct.
How many people were that?
It wasn't just people, it was also other items that we may not have used throughout our budget.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of everything mixed together.
So it's all encompassing, it includes the teacher and related salary costs and that, plus
Materials,
classroom supplies,
equipment,
et cetera,
yes.
et cetera.
So when you
Okay.
look at every single line item, so for instance, if you look at furniture, right? If we have a $7,000 furniture line and we use $6,000 of it,
Mm-hmm.
there's a possibility that $1,000 of that will get put into that $250,000, and that kitty just rises as we get closer to the end of the year.
May I finish?
Oh, sorry, sir.
We do those budget adjustments, movement of money, a number of times during the year.
I'm aware.
But part of the problem in this year is, for many years, we got monthly financial reports, so we knew where we were.
Okay.
That has been totally absent in the last year. So, for all intents and purposes, we were blind. And at the end of the year, we get this report. So at this point, I would make a motion that we reinstate the monthly, where we are, statements to the board, so that the board is cognizant of our financial positions at all times. That still doesn't stop the movement of money.
No,
Last year, for a matter of fact, I believe there was one case where we moved $1 million, or near $1 million. So that's taking from Peter to pay Paul, because Peter didn't need the money and Paul did.
There's a second?
Isn't that like what
I
we
think
get?
I want to add on to what Bert just said, or clarified anyway. Are you talking about for during next year's budget or beginning now to get those reports?
There's no harm in it now.
Because that's what I'd like to do.
I believe that, well, before I answer that, I believe that it's all set up to do. It's a matter of,
I can create monthly reports if that's what you'd like.
but we got them with Ed, and I think we even got them at the beginning when you came online, Rob. I may be wrong on that.
I did them in my last district. I'm not sure if Diane did them.
No, Diane did not do that.
Okay, but I can start, no problem.
With that addition to what Bert asked for you, I'll second it.
Any discussion? Yes?
Isn't that what we sign every time we get an email that we have to sign paperwork? It shows the things that's being paid out.
Yeah, we see what we're spending money, but I think what Bert's asking for is just like this month we spent X amount total, which we see when we sign the documents, but also what we have projected and what the difference is, right?
Gotcha.
Like just to see what you were expecting to pay versus what you actually paid on a month to month.
And what's
Yeah.
encumbered and what the budget balance is. Yep, can do that.
I can add that right to the agenda. It can be an agenda item every single month, and he can talk about it.
Well, without that, as we went through this year, when we got movement of money, what did it come from? What was in that particular account? So the absence of that documentation is kind of like budgeting blind. So it'll be very helpful to have that so that you know at least that many times a year where you are and where it's heading.
And if we have an area that is headed for trouble, we're able to forecast it, and maybe head it off someplace.
So it's different than what because we've taken some votes this year, I think, to move some money.
Mhm.
But you're saying
We're
it'll
not
give
looking
us
to move
more
money here.
clarity so that if we see it in, February now, then we're
Yes.
like, oh, well, last month we had this, so we have some comparative documents and ask better questions.
Steve,
Foresight's always better than hindsight.
at the budget you're looking at right now, you're looking at a year. It's got numbers for all locations and items in it. You get that monthly with, okay, $400,000 is in here, and we spent $20,000 of it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? So just ask that we add that to.
Yeah, I can add it monthly, so he can talk about it as well.
I can even send out December, so we just include December. Send that to everybody.
If you need to, the end of January to get it going, that gives you a month to step into it, right?
I could run a report right now for up till December 31st.
Oh, wow,
Yeah,
okay.
if you wanted it. I'll send that out to all the board members,
All right, thank you.
just so you have one.
I'll put it in the January 25th meeting.
Mhm.
Sounds good. So it sounds like, from my understanding, with the fund balance, while we would like to be able to, since on average, the last X amount, you know better than I do, I know the last 2 years, but about this much. But that's about on average, and that's because of multiple reasons why. It's not because we're hoarding money, but it's because we have open positions. We don't spend as much on fuel because it drops whenever we need it, and all those kinds of things. It just kind of adds up because it is, $20 million budget.
And these are projections.
Right.
So that monthly report will show money coming in, money going out, and describe what it was for, or just gonna be a balance that you just float?
It's usually just a list of the account lines and what the budget is, how much you spent so far year-to-date, and what you're encumbering, holding on to for the rest of the year, and the budget balance at the end. Usually doesn't show revenues, because revenues are kind of unpredictable, or a different periodic, like we get the town revenues monthly, but it might not match up with the expenditure month, so.
Is it just a matter of clicking a button to show us what money came in and what money went out, what for?
That'll be a very long report for, if you want what it's for,
So
because
it
that's
moves a
very
lot of
detailed.
money in and out.
Yeah, exactly.
We can produce the first report at our next meeting in January, the 25th. And if the board feels that there's something missing, then we could move forward with the next report, looking at something a little bit different. And Rob if he can do it, I'm sure he'll do it.
Sounds good.
I'm thinking of it from an easy standpoint, that it's already there and it was fine as it was. It had everything in it, telling you where you were. And that was put in place, let's see. I'm trying to think who was on the board at that time. Linda was chairperson, but it was in the beginning years of Ed here.
Okay,
It became a staple, and it's just evaporated this particular year.
well, I'm meeting with Ed on Monday remotely while he's in Florida, and I'll ask him what report he used so I can generate the same one.
And I don't think that we need to do it now. We are in the budget process where it's a busy time of year for you. I don't see that it needs to be now, but for the next budget year, it needs to be there, I should think.
Okay?
Well, if we can get
This is
this
someone stealing
budget
your car.
period
It's okay.
behind us, and then run that report so that maybe in a meeting or two, we can critique it before we actually start using it in the next fiscal year. That would be ideal.
The thing is, the whole purpose of that is just to give the board an idea, but it doesn't, we're not the BA. The BA moves money all the time. It's not gonna, so January last year, what happened in January this year may have nothing to do with each other, because this year, there's money here and in there. The money coming in is set, like when we set our budget. And so, and when the budget's set, we're only spending what's in the budget unless an emergency comes up. I'm not against getting a report, but it's not some magic ball that's gonna give us some insight to, it'll just let us know, okay, we're getting towards the end of the year, we got money, it looks like it's gonna be left over. That's great. That's not gonna help us today with the budget for next year.
You're right.
Because this year you have X amount of teachers that aren't here. Next year you don't lose any teachers during the year, and that's there, and it doesn't, you burn less heating oil this year than last year or whatever. Like, the budget is a moving, living thing. It's not gonna,
I think if we utilize it and we have it, then it's, because like, you and I signed that, so we see like every 2 weeks basically what's going in and out. And really, all of us are supposed to sign it.
right, where you could say like, what the hell did you spend $100,000 on this for? And then it's, oh, well, because this. Oh, okay, makes sense, right?
But this will give it like a larger, it's not gonna be broken down like we see it, where it's all justified, right? It'll be,
Doesn't have to be.
right,
No.
it'll just be larger numbers, whole numbers.
Yeah, and just for your reference on the latest budget worksheet, the first column is your 22, 23 actual expenditures. So a couple columns of historical budget information of what you actually spent can help you determine like where your budget should be going, and you can realize some trends that are, that have been historical. So that helps too.
I guess the last word on that is, if there's excess money here and here, and you get a large movement of like $1 million that we moved, I think that was between 3 requests, that you may begin to think, oh, we're taking it out of here. Why was it there in the first place? It stimulates the thought
Yeah,
as the
exactly.
transfer of money happens. If you own a business, whatever it might be, if bananas aren't selling, you don't buy
Yep.
bananas, but you know that money is there to buy apples
Exactly.
next.
Yeah, it gives you some foresight toward that, too.
It's a gas gauge.
Yes,
Going down
Yep.
the road with a gas gauge, it don't work.
very
It's-
good analogy, yes.
Doesn't work.
I'm very skeptical from the point of view that over the years, there have been big payouts and/or money purchases, and there was no money in the budget. But they find the money in there to buy different things and do different things and pay off superintendents and so on and so forth. So it makes me leery. Can I find what's hidden in the budget? No, I can't. I mean, who am I fooling? We can look at the numbers, we can all take a look at it and ask a few questions. But as far as, avoiding that kind of a situation, all we can do is trust each other. And that's, the way I make myself clear, Steve. Maybe not.
I don't think there's anything hidden.
They have said that
You
every
mentioned a
year.
specific
Yeah.
paying off a superintendent. Now, I don't know anything about that. That might have been before I was on the board.
Yeah, okay.
But if we are going to commit funds, like if we had to finish a contract out, there would be a board discussion about it. And if it's a contract, it might be a non-public. And so there would be a non-public, I would suspect it says, contract negotiation or something But I don't think, since the almost 2 years I've been on the board, I haven't sensed that they're hiding anything. I think it's, we have money that we didn't allocate because fuel went down, or we couldn't hire this teacher, and so we have that salary left over. And then if there's something else that the school needed, then they would bring it to the board, and that's what we were talking about a while ago with Mr. Spalding, is when we take that vote to move this money from here, it's usually a discussion where we see where the money's coming from and why they haven't committed or spent it, why it was committed under here and why it was spent. And I mean, I'll let Mr. Spalding speak for himself, but he's very in tune to financial issues, and so I don't think that, while I've been on the board, anything like that has happened.
So if they let 3 teachers go or 2 teachers leave, that money goes into the general fund? This,
No, it stays there to try to hire someone new, but if we can't, then that's when that money at the end of the year, if it's like we never found somebody and the teachers had to all work together as a unit and fill in for the one teacher whose classes aren't being taught by one person, so then it gets split up amongst the grade level or the,
yep,
you know, the subject experts. And so that money now that was gonna pay for that, let's say a science teacher, now in June, it'll go back in, or at the end of the school year, because we haven't hired someone, it'll go back in, and then that's when we can either reallocate it for something else or
so
put
the,
it back in this fund to get back to the taxpayers.
so the money from the special ed though, that goes into this account? If a special ed student leaves our district, that money that we have put in our taxes for that person goes into this fund?
Will stay in the
But I
special
understand.
ed fund. It'll stay in special ed
Until the end of the year. Right?
until the end of the year, yes, because in case we have somebody else move in, we still need to
Yeah.
make sure that fund's available.
Yeah.
Well, my understanding is we actually have a waiting list of special ed kids that wanna come in, is that right?
We don't,
What I'm getting at is if special ed student A leaves to go to another district, we have student C who's waiting to take the place of A.
We have to take all kids, doesn't matter.
no, not necessarily special,
Okay.
no. We have a program that we're working on developing that is in this building that does take our kids that would be out of district placed, which can cost anywhere between $100,000 to $300,000 and keeps them here with us. And there's thoughts of eventually having that other districts requesting to pay into that, to bring their kids there, because it'll be less funds for them.
Sure.
Because it could cost anywhere between $100,000 to $300,000 to send a student to Spalding plus transportation. If we have a program similar to that here, and we have the approvals through the state, we can have the student come here, and now they pay us. And we would charge them above what we would charge a normal tuition.
Sure.
For a student, if a student was coming, if we have a Goshen student that's coming here to Goshen, we have a set amount that we pay them. If we have a special ed student that's coming from Goshen, we have a certain amount that we pay, and then we have almost like a menu that if they get speech services, they have to pay that, if they have para services, they have to pay that. So we do all that. So we would do something similar to that, but the base pay would be a lot different because this is a specialized program.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
So we do have the potential to make money in that program.
Yep.
And save.
Just to make a point that this is a $22 million budget, 250,000 that we try to have it left over at the end of the year to give back is just barely over 1%. This is in your family's budget of $1,000 a week or whatever the budget is. 1% is you have to pretty much be dead nuts on, or you're going to have a deficit. And we've just been very fortunate that it's worked out in our favor. So it's not like there's all this extra money in this budget that we're taking from the taxpayers to hold on to give it back to them. Also keep in mind, the town rolls over their budget every year and doesn't ever give back to the taxpayers. So that never gets brought up, though.
I garner that what this is leading up to is that our motion the other night is not acceptable. one of the driving forces was, for me, coming into this, was in the first year, we had problems we had to solve. Put the money in and get it done. So $1.78 per thousand we added last year. And I voted yes. Do I do it again? How many times do I do it? So the economy has changed in the interim. There was a point in which, as the year progressed, where the inflation appeared that it was going to be a mountain in front of us, that we made, put feelers out to assist. But then, as we came back down, now we got to say, and as board members, we have to consider the school, but we also have to consider the community. I had talked about a meeting where a bunch of people met to discuss a school board meeting, and I was asked the question, how could they do that? The business people, because they're thinking about their employees too. If they can't employ their people because they are overtaxed or whatever, they have a problem. So if you've got 10 employees and the budget goes up this way and you can't afford to keep up, what happens? If the money is taken from you unnecessarily and you could have used it, you save your own health. So it is the balance between the teeter-totter. You got a balance here, you got a balance here. You jump too much on here, you got a problem. Same thing to the other side. So at this point, I do not see the clarity in reconsidering our motion. Because what our motion did was take into consideration the requests and the environment, meaning taxes, water, gasoline, fuel, home heating oil, electricity, everything else. This is not Sunapee, but we could solve that problem. A dam that we put up right here down the road and flood the whole situation, that big lake, we'd be all set. That's my statement.
How many students do we project are gonna be in the system next year?
Well, I think, I would say we're gonna stay about where we're at, if not more, depending upon the ins and outs of, it's hard.
Where are we at right now?
So, do we have,
About 800.
yeah, we have about 800 currently.
800?
Yes.
And what's our cost per student then? Based on the budget?
Well, you have that number, exactly?
About $21,000. Yeah. I'd have to look it up on our MS-25, but it's in the low 20s.
Do you have a number how much per student it was back in 2000, year 2000?
I'd have to look that up.
You know what it was last year?
No, I don't.
I'm just wondering if that,
Yeah, Bryn's gonna pull it up on her computer, she can grab it.
I'm just wondering if that increase is over the cost of inflation from last year. And how much it's grown over the last few years.
Well, the
The
whole,
population of the students is going down by quite a few. The last time I was involved in the school, we were close to 1,000 students. And I don't remember the figure that we paid per student. But it wasn't over $20,000.
Last year was 20,393.
Is that as far back as you can go
That's last year.
last year?
I don't know how far back I can go. This is a new reporting system, but I can see it.
problem is, further back you go, it's not relevant anymore because
Right.
inflation and the cost of everything is way different than it was. But if you go back 10 years, it's gonna be significantly different. because you can't count on the inflation, or whatever.
Yeah, we'd have to do a complex.
Right, you could do it, but it'd be complicated and not a quick answer.
Yeah.
But we can say we have 150 students less than we did 3 or 4 years ago. You know,
That you could
Just-
easily do, yeah.
just to start
I
a
would think.
conversation. If we have a lot less students, and we're paying a lot more money, I don't see where that balances out. I actually thought this year would be able to turn the budget the other way because we don't have so many students. Which are just logically thinking. Less people, less cost.
The problem with that analogy is it's not that simple. It's just like, to give Jeff Kessler credit, which I love to do, you know, when we say like, hey, it's $20,000 a student, so Spring Street brings in, you know, 10 kids, that's $200,000, right? But in reality, if it's spread out over 13 grades technically, K through 12, then maybe it doesn't cost the district that much. When it kills the district is when it's, you know, 30 kids and they're 20 of those are first graders, and now I need a new teacher and all this. I can't, because I can't fit it. Because I mean, it's been mentioned before that we have less kids in Richards than we had years ago. But the problem is everything changes and the mandates from the state change. If it wasn't for the state mandates, we wouldn't be spending this much money. But the state constantly mandates everything, like their lead policy. 5 parts per billion, yet the kids can go home and have 15 parts per billion in their house and it's perfectly acceptable, and now they want to change it to 2. And then they say, oh, well, school system, we'll pay for half of it. Well, you create the problem, you're a bunch of bureaucrats, you're not voted in, you probably have family members in the water business or something, you're going to get money back, but you just sit there on your high horse and make all these rules and shove them down our throats. But we have to do it, right? Or they'll take your funding. So until someone's ready to stand up and challenge all that, this is just going to be a problem year in and year out. Those are some of those increases that keep happening that even though the students are going down, it's more expensive because this is the stuff that happens to us monthly probably. Some stupid mandate comes down, some new law, something from someone that isn't in the school district, a lot of times isn't elected. They sit back, they make a decision, and then they say, figure it out.
So one of the things that I just want to make sure that we keep everybody in mind, that today's students are not the same students that we had last year, they're not the same students we had 2 years ago, and they're definitely not the same students we had 20 years ago. So even if our numbers are going down, our behaviors are going up, our special ed population is going up, so all of that costs more money, right? So we may have one child that is your atypical child, and we may pay $20,000 for that child. But then you have another child that's in that same classroom that it's costing you $60,000. And then you have another child that we don't have what that child needs because we don't have the money in our budget to provide that. But instead now we've got to outsource and send them to another location, which, like I said earlier, can be between $100,000 to $300,000. Right, and so each child it's very individualized, and we can't say that because our numbers are going down that our budget should be going down, because that's not factual, because it depends upon the kids. It depends upon the population that you have. And what I can share with you is that we are in one of the neediest populations in the state of New Hampshire.
One of the what kind?
Neediest. We do more DCYF referrals than the last 3 months. We've probably done more DCYF referrals than I did for a whole year when I worked in Franklin. We have a very high population of kids that have food insecurities, that have parents that are in prison, that are living with siblings, that are living with their grandparents, that there's just a multiple of different things that we're asking. And I once said, what's hard is that I look at, and I hope none of my teachers leave, because I look at the difference, right? So we're compared to every school in the state of New Hampshire. And if you were to compare us to, let's say, and I don't mean by any means that the parents or the kids in Bow are perfect, because they're not. But a lot of the kids in Bow have a lot more than our students do here. We do have some students that have a lot. I'm not saying that we don't, right? But the teachers in Bow, for the most part, they go to school and they are teachers. They go in and they have their lesson plans and they teach. And then they leave at the end of the day. Our teachers come in and they're teachers and they're social workers and they're mothers and they're nurses and they're fathers, and there are multiple of different things. They get chairs thrown at them, they get sworn at, they're on the phone with DCYF, they're leaving crying, they're covering double shifts. I have one teacher in my high school that's actually taking the place of 3 teachers right now. 3 teachers. But yet, our teachers are coming to work every day and they're getting paid $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 less than those other teachers, which it should be the opposite. Our teachers should be getting paid more because they're required to do more, right? What job can you get into where you're required to do a lot more and get paid less than somebody that doesn't have to do as much as you? And that's why I really feel strongly here that if we there's things that we have to do in order to move our district forward. Our teachers are very dependable, they're reliable, and they come to work every day knowing that they may have to cover 3 or 4 classrooms, they may have to miss their lunch, they may have, get bit, they may get kicked and punched and, leave in an ambulance, and they still come to work every day.
You had your hand up earlier. I see you, but you had it up earlier.
Donna, we have had those disparities here as long as I can remember.
Had what?
Disparities, differences between
Thank you.
and teachers picking up and doing greater than whatever. What you've just expressed is the norm because of our economic status where we are. Sunapee can easily raise significantly more money per child than we could even think of. We cannot use them as a benchmark because we are not similar. I've watched this for many more years, probably more than almost anybody in this room. And the cry for more money because of this, that, and the other. Does anybody here remember the $200,000 autism room that was wound up, was going to be in the top of Richards? We didn't do it. We didn't even give the $200,000. And you're not asking. So now that's a compliment to you. Because now I'm going to the compliment as, I'm trying to do both sides of it. What I think of all sides. You've not brought us any special ed urgencies in it and in the time you've been here. We have had those for years. They come in on an ambulance. Oh God, we got to do this. We got to do this. You've quelled that. So that's a big compliment. But that being said, things were so bad at one time of not really watching what was going on that in 1 year we had a $700,000 deficit. At the deliberative session, that was cut to $1. Couldn't cut it to 0 because you had to give them $1. And they found the money to cover it. Then came the $1.2 million cut. The buildings are all still here. So there's 2 sides or 2 ends to this yardstick. And they have to be measured. And there will be times at which this end becomes harder because 3 students, maybe, come into the district with problems. But when, in fact, the expenses on this other side for the community grow and take away spendable income out of our system, it is like turning on the water faucet and nothing comes out. They can't pay their bills. What did they do? So weighing all of that, I weighed all of that when I sat on this board and we made the decision that we wanted to reach out. Because it was the right thing to do under the environment as you did a mental trajectory of where we were going. And when it turned back down, you gotta change. And right now, with the costs of, and the increased costs of raising a family, going to a grocery store, every mother out there that's listening right now that feeds her family knows what that means. It is significant, and it's not going away. So, me, as a board member, last year, $1.78, $760,000 per dollar, that was $1.4 million. This conservative voted yes and went forward and supported that budget. I cannot do it now. Conditions have changed. And so you can talk and you can bring up all the facts you want. Your facts do not take away the facts that the average person in Newport is having to live with day to day. I would hope that rather than protest, that, like I said, that we all would join in and figure out how we get through this. And I don't see that happening. I see a wall being built.
This is just a quick statement. Wouldn't it be nice if the town fathers taxed all the businesses in town the same increase that all the landowners got? And I'm saying that he said because the businesses aren't doing well. Well, how about the poor SOB he lives in a 4-room apartment on top of 3 other 4-room apartments. All their rent goes up to pay for the taxes for the building they're in. But yet, the businesses in town, they did not get an increase because the fathers-to-be realized they were having a hard time. Well, how about the people that live in the town? So my thought is, though, our school system has become a social net. Why isn't the state doing more social work to help out with the families and the children? Why are they taken away from a good education? And I'm not saying it's not a good education. I love my teachers, you know I do. I wish you could give them $75,000 a year. It's a thankless job, money-wise, but it's a rewarding job in what they're doing with their spirit. So, is the state doing anything at all socially? I mean, a lot of the problems we have are actually state mandated and things the state's not taking care of. They just keep on dumping in, taking away from good quality education because we become nurses, therapists, babysitters, and you're not gonna get out of that culture when you keep feeding it. It's got to stop somewhere, or it's just going to keep on growing because they're bred into it. That's the way they think it's got to be. And it's got to stop. It's a shame that we can't have a good education in our town because of all the social problems.
I told my wife I was going to light some fires tonight, so I might as well rock and roll. First of all, the state doesn't give a shit. That's why they like to make mandates and back it up with nothing. They spend $1 million fighting the lawsuit, Combat lawsuit, where they don't fund education because they think $3,600 is enough to educate a kid in town of Newport or any town. So they've wasted $1 million of our tax money with out-of-state lawyers, present no evidence in the case, period, because they are almighty and have, you know, rich backers or whatever, apparently. You know, we're talking about 55 cents. We're talking $1.19 the other day. We talked about this. If people can't afford it, and I get it, because I'm one of those people that live in this community, but there doesn't seem to be any outrage that we're putting a new rec center in that was voted down, because it's being donated apparently. There's no outrage, there's $1.3 million short. But there's outrage, we're gonna raise the taxes 55 cents in the school district and all this. And I support the community center, and this isn't even really about that. It's just the point that everyone's pissed and this can't happen, people can't afford it. And then we approved the $28 million septic system that was shoved down the throats of the people. And it was all because the big bad EPA is gonna come in here and they're gonna fine us. And, well, then you should have told the EPA to take that and shove it up their ass, because you know what, there's no money to get to fine us because we can't afford it as a community. But the outrage for that is like, it is what it is. There's never outrage down on that end of the town. It's always outrage here. The school, the school, the school. Well, the school has a hell of a lot bigger job than the town has. We have 20 times the employees. We have a lot bigger responsibility. And there's no outrage though. They're building a community center. It was voted down. It's going to be free apparently. No real outrage though, right? We build apartment buildings. I've been saying for years, they're going to destroy this town because they're going to bring in a bunch of kids. And once again, we'll end up with a liability, and we could fight and argue about the taxes and how it's unaffordable and everything else. But at the time, nobody goes down there and says, you're not going to do this in my town. You're not going to add 70 units here and 43 units here and 200 units here or whatever. Nobody says that. It's now is the time, right? Now is the time we're going to complain that we can't afford it. You can't afford to live here. It's been the same. It's the same. And guess what? The town won't raise their taxes this year somehow. And part of me is jealous about that because they don't know how they do it. And hey, maybe they're doing a really good job and there's just other things available. But what are you going to do? It's either you fund your school or you just don't have a school. And in my opinion, it's at that point. You either fund it or you don't fund it at all. Because these teachers go through shit. I'm so glad, like before I joined the board, I had such a different perspective about how this worked. And I was like, oh, the teachers just should do a better job. Apparently, the teachers aren't doing their job. And then you get on the board and you visit the schools and you spend some time here and you realize it's because the teachers aren't teaching anymore because they have to be babysitters, teachers, parole officers. They have to do everything because you have some kids that are just out of control. Teachers get hit, spit, hair pulled. Like, I hear all these stories in our schools. So if you want to make it better and you don't want to spend more money, then kick those kids out of school then. Oh, we can't. That's illegal. Then what are we doing?
It's not illegal for them to assault the teachers.
No, it's not illegal. They do whatever they want. If they're under 12 years old, can't even charge them with it. That is our system today. We're complaining and fighting in the wrong place.
All right, I'm a bit fed up, I guess. Let's talk about tax base. Well, 70 units in the Ruger Building, 40 on Spring Street. Brought in $1 million, $10,000 per apartment to the town. To the town. We are 2/3 of the tax bill. They are 1/3. We should be entitled to 2/3 of that money, $600,000. We're getting jack shit. Nothing. So, if people here got a complaint, go there and complain. Because if we had that $600,000, we'd be better off, damn sight better off, right now than we are. That's almost $1 on the tax rate. $760, $1,000 is $1 on the tax rate. Well, we're not getting it. So, here is not the place to bring the issue. It is the town. They have no intentions of giving us any of that. They also, litigation, Spring Street, other communities, water hookup was $15,000. We wanted $96,000. Well, it wound up $28,000. After all of the litigation, fighting and messing around. Would have been cheaper probably to have accepted the 15. But they're still walking away with the million. And we don't get a piece of the pie. So that all being said, there's no motion on the floor, so I can't say move the question. I think it's time to open it up to the public and let the public have their say.
Do I have any comments from the public? Sure. If you just make sure you state your name when you, if you could go up to the podium.
Andrew Booton, 132 McDonough Road. I think the last couple points that were made are exactly right. This isn't the place to fight the battle of the tax rate that everybody's worried about. The issue should be, are we funding what needs to be funded for the kids and the teachers and the school? And if there's a problem with how much money that's going to cost in relation to everything else going on in the town, then the school board should work with the town board about that and encourage the public to join in with them. Thanks.
Hi, Catherine Booton. I just want to say thank you, Tim, for speaking up. I think we can all agree that we're not getting the money that we need from the state, and I think we can take that to the state. There's 4 bills in the state legislature coming up next week that involve fairly funding schools. So if that's the fight that you want to fight, then you should go there and you should put in testimony for those bills, and you should try to get the legislature to do their job and send us the funding that we need. They're probably not going to do that. The town, they're probably not going to do that either. So what we have to do right here is take care of our kids, take care of the school. I am a taxpayer in this town. I do pay taxes. I am worried about that, but I also have kids in the school. And when I picked up my son today, I was told that there were only 2 adults in the preschool. So he's not getting taken care of because we're not paying our teachers enough, and we're not doing our job to take care of our kids. And I'm concerned about that too. So I think we really need to get down to business and focus on doing our job here and taking care of the teachers, taking care of the school, and making sure that we're taking care of our kids. Thank you.
Melissa Mitchler, Newport resident. Daryl, you asked about what the impact of the current teachers would be if that $250,000 was cut. It's more on their plate than what they already have. Using phrases like students in the system or students with problems, they're not in the system, they're in an education and they have needs. Funding education on the backs of staff, it can't happen. And the average people in Newport are also our staff members. They're not random people. They are our staff members. And I'm just going to end with Tim. I never thought I would stand at this podium and agree with what you say. But I appreciate what you are bringing to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I really appreciate your words and your sentiment, and I know that your heart is in the right place, and I appreciate that. One of the things that was brought up was a $1.2 million cut, and what that meant was cutting teachers. And we are finally, thanks to what Donna and Brent have done creatively with Title I funding and other grants, is they've brought those teachers back so that we are sort of normalized. But I saw Mrs. Martin cringe because she remembers those days when we didn't have enough staff members to teach what our students needed to be taught to leave Newport with a diploma that meant something. So we need to find a way to fund what these children need. And it's not their fault that Sunapee has a bigger tax base. And it's not their fault that Hanover has a bigger tax base. Our students deserve the same exact education that Hannaford gets and Sunapee gets. So I agree with Ms. Booten. You need to talk to the state. That's where our argument is. We're all arguing amongst each other, but we're all looking for the same thing, a better education for our students. So we need to solve the problem here and figure out how to fund it here, and then take our fight to Concord. Thank you.
So the 55-cent increase doesn't cut any,
Correct, does not cut any teachers.
we'll just have to worry about this fight next year when more teachers are gonna have to pull out of grants.
I'm sorry?
We'll have to fight this fight all over again next year when we have to pull more teachers out of grants.
No, because
Or
we
you're
put
gonna
them in, we put them into grants that we get every year.
Okay, you didn't put them in ESSER grants because ESSER's done.
Yeah, so we did, and if you remember, we did take quite a few, I think there was like 4 staff members out of the ESSER grant that expired, so we had to put them somewhere. We didn't want to get rid of staff, and we did not want to cut anything. As it is, I know that we had a discussion about, and Tim, I believe it was you and I had a discussion about the schedules for our students at the high school, where we have high school students that don't even have a full schedule, that they can leave at 12 o'clock, and they're freshmen, right? That should not be happening. We don't have AP classes that will allow our kids to get into better colleges if that's what they choose to do. Instead, we have to have them take those classes on a computer. Well, some kids don't do well on a computer. They need that face-to-face time with the teacher. They need to be able to ask the questions and see it done live, right? And so when we went through this, one of the things I made sure is that we did not cut any staff members. We need our staff members in order to be successful. You know, we can make copies of certain things, we can do this, so we can cut those types of things in our budget. But I will say to you that if we want to compare us to somebody that's similar, I can compare us to Franklin all day. I was in there 13 years, I worked in that building, those buildings, and we are basically going to pay our staff less money than the teachers in Franklin receive. And I've worked in both districts, and I can tell you that our staff here, and I love Franklin, our staff here do a lot more.
First person. Well, to what's being said is the reality, the truth is the truth. What's just happened to us? We had a court say it was unconstitutional how we were funding education. And now the attorneys on the other side are arguing that that branch of government doesn't have the right to regulate this branch of government. My God, that's right. But just one underlying thing, the Constitution, which says this is what you will do. And so right now, the big money, the towns, the rich towns that can afford the best lawyers, are arguing that the decision that was just made is flawed because it had no right to make it in the first place. Well, wait a minute. We made it this time, we made it that time, a time before, we made it another time back here. Go all the way back to the first Claremont case. So if it was ludicrous and ridiculous and downright stupid, why didn't he stop here? No, it's come right up through. This is just another delay. Just another way of stealing money from the poor and giving it to the rich. Opposite.
Yeah, but Franklin's putting $6 million in their recreation park. Beautiful thing.
We're putting 400,000 in a rec center without.
It would be nice if all the people could do their homework, and we could get maybe 3 or 4 times as many as people as this to go to the next selectmen's meeting. So they gotta put it in the Opera House and bring up everything they've done to this community, which hasn't been positive. The community center is a great thing. You'd be a fool to say it's not. But we can't afford it after they build it. It's gonna be, oh, it's only gonna be one and a half people. No, come on. Let's be realist here. And I would almost like to see them build it and sell it, put it on the tax on the tax structure. And I saw there's so many things they have done in the last half a dozen years, and they treat it so nonchalantly. It's like the markings in the middle of town. You're gonna strike it. It's gonna cost us about $15,000 plus or minus. The state was gonna do it, but we were arrogant enough as our selectmen. They said, oh, we don't like it to do it their way, so we'll do it our way. They're gonna get more spaces. So I said, well, if it doesn't meet the federal requirements for proper spacing, what's gonna happen when someone hits someone else because there's too many cars in a certain area? How are we gonna handle that? And they were in a cavalier attitude, and they said, don't worry, we'll take care of it. We don't need that. We need some good, solid leadership out of our selectmen, and we don't have it. With the things that are going on here, it'd be nice to beautify the common. Common's in great shape, but they want to put a little more curbing on the other side. Would it look nice? Yeah. Do we need it? No, we don't need it. We need our town to get structurally sound again, physically and mentally. It's a mess. I talk over the tailgate, and it's a favorite place for an old logger to talk to someone. And they talk about, he's still a logger, and his wife. And I could look up at her and see the tears just welding up, so I looked the other way, kept talking to him. They don't know what they're going to do. They're between a rock and a hard place. Their whole family ties are here. But it bothers them that these new buildings they're putting in, they all get discount. You don't have to pay for your sewer for a while. You know, we'll give you a discount for 4. We'll give you a tax break for 4. You know, these poor bastards don't get any breaks at all. It just keeps on coming and coming and coming. I really think I'd love to see every one of you out there and at the next selectmen's meeting and get your homework done and look at everything they have done and haven't done, and let's hold their toes to the fire. They're just running around fancy free, and they think they're. The problem is, one of them, is that people that you elect for something, that's what you elected them for, to be community advocates for whatever's going on. But they all of a sudden take it as power. Well, I can do this now and I'll do that. Don't you worry. No, talk to the people. They voted down the community center for a reason. They just see another money grab. I think it's a beautiful thing that all the donors did. I asked the donors to go ahead and give money to the school system. That's where we need to uplift the whole community. Thank you.
Tom had his hand up.
I don't know how much more you want to talk about this. I have 2 motions I want to make, but you want to discuss it more? Or?
I want reparations from the state of New Hampshire for all of the years that we have suffered under this tax plan. When we get that, our money is solved. We can put the billions in the bank and live just off of the interest. It is stupefying that we are in the position that we are in. And reparations can go to people that are not even alive now. Let's give reparations to those that are alive and coming up through the system. With that all being said, we have to stay within the means that we have. And so it diffuses all of that logic that seems to miss those who govern us as far as the money that we can give. It's shameful, it's wrong, it is child abuse and more. We've been this way so long, probably shouldn't say this, that our families are the lack of opportunity and money has affected their outlook on life. They want to fix up their home, they can't do it because they don't have the money. Or they want a new car. Or Johnny needs his foot looked at because something's wrong. It's sad, very sad. Anyway, so be it. I've said enough.
I agree with everybody here that there are short-term and long-term problems. The long-term problems being with the state and what's going on in the courts and how we can all get involved in that. There's a school board from another town in New Hampshire that's joined in on that fight as a school board. So we should look into doing that here since so many people on the board are interested in this. The other, not as long-term problem, is working with the town, getting what we need for our school, and then figuring out with the town how the rest works out so everybody can still, maintain their lives. But the short-term problem is our school budget, and we need to spend more focus on that and not try to take any more money away from an already cut budget where we're already starting out with our teachers not making enough, not making what they should be making, and the students not getting what they need already. So we're already starting behind, and talking about any ways that we can further cut down the budget now is just going to keep it that way. So when you talk about comparing last year's to this year, even if everything stayed the same, they're still behind and still not getting what they need. So I really hope everybody can focus on the budget and get us what we need to move the school forward.
I want to make my motion now, I guess. So, first motion I want to make is, I don't know the exact wording, but I would like to, on Tuesday we voted to not to ratify the teacher's contract, and I'm making a motion that we reconsider. And the reason I'm saying this is because when we talked about this originally, it was always going to be a warrant article. So that gives people that are against it a chance to, Bert can send out a yellow card if he disagrees with it and say no, don't vote for it. But it also gives the teachers a chance to fight for it, and it leaves it up to the taxpayers of this town to decide if they can afford it or they can't afford it. I don't believe it's proper or okay for the five of us to sit here and decide that decision. We may represent the community, but it's taking their voice away. If it was going to be in the budget, I can see it, and I would support 100%. We can't add the increase. However, as a warrant article, then the people decide. We don't decide; they decide. And if they vote it down, then they vote it down. But we at least fought for the teachers. And if individual board members are against it, that's fine. And you can publicly say that and try to sway people, and that's just how this is supposed to work, right? But at least gives the teachers a chance to fight their end of things, and then the taxpayers, the ones paying the bill, get to decide. So that's my first motion.
I'm just looking at Robert's rules to see if that would be to amend the motion, or we have a motion to reconsider.
I don't have it printed out, excuse me, but I believe that Mr. Beard wants to repeal the motion that was made to ratify the teacher's contract, in which it was all five members abstained. So he would like to repeal that.
And do another vote.
To me, ratification isn't an appropriate word to use. Yeah, and I can only go so far because of the statutory structure. We were looking to amend a contract that the voters have already approved and has not run out of time. Still has a year and a half left to go. So the term being used, I don't believe represents where we are. A contract is like pouring concrete. Once it's down, it's down. And I think I can go as far as to say, and if I break the law, I break the law, somebody will have to hang me. We offered to open up negotiations because of the plight that was apparent to us at that time. But as that changed, we had to change. And so to say that you can reopen, first of all, you'd have to have our consent to reopen as a board.
I think we're waiting for a second on Tim's repeal.
No, I'm trying to consider what Bert just said, but you're correct.
Sorry.
Are you referring to the vote we made or the,
I'm just trying to make the dilemma apparent to the board.
Well, we can't change the contract.
But, you know, on the double wide out there, okay, man, we can't mess with this contract, man, it's board and concrete, it's done. Well, okay, is that not the case here? Concrete isn't concrete?
But we voted as a board months ago to open negotiations. We did. That's the only reason we're here now, like, in this situation, whatever.
You can talk.
I don't think this is properly discussed in this forum, beyond what we're saying right now. I think we're trespassing with the statutory structure for negotiations.
We're not negotiating. I want to take a vote that we take back that other vote and we vote on that, re-vote on that contract or whatever you want to call it. I don't want to discuss the amounts or anything. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in just changing something that I believe we got wrong on Tuesday.
Repeal, yeah. So you're just waiting for a second on Tim's repeal.
so your motion is to repeal our vote that we took on Tuesday in regards to the teacher's contract being a warrant article.
Where all board members abstained.
So technically, do I even have to repeal it because it wasn't voted down? It wasn't passed, it wasn't not passed, right? Everyone abstained, so technically we never voted on it, right? In theory?
We
I don't know how it works exactly. I don't have all the answers.
It didn't see the light of day.
Right.
do what?
It did not see the light of day.
Correct.
So you want me just to make a
It
motion
was
to
either
accept
rejected
it?
or approved.
So I will second, just to continue the conversation. And then, yes, ma'am.
If I remember correctly, the selectmen did open negotiations with Public Works the year before their contract was over. I think I remember.
You can do that as long as both parties agree.
Bert, you were saying that the plight has changed. And I'm hoping that you can clarify with evidence how the plight has changed since June, I think, when you, as the board, proposed this idea, and in December, I think, when you decided on numbers. And I'm also hoping that if this issue is revisited, which I hope it will be tonight, that there will be no abstentions and that you'll go on record and actually have a vote and say what you think. Thank you.
Those of us who get Social Security checks knows that they came through and melded it all down to 3.2%. If you go through the High school. 3.3% increase, up $165,000. CTE, up 9.5%. Middle school, up 3.1%. Richards, up 1.2%. That all being said, taking that whole $15 million, $473,546 portion of the budget is up 3.5%. So, that being said, if we, cognizant of what we're talking about, know the money that's there, so Social Security Administration for every person that gets Social Security in the United States is 3.2. Do you agree on that? Mm-hmm. Do you agree on that? So it is not easy times for anybody, period. I asked at the other meeting, and I'm asking again now, we all need to work in the right direction. And the right direction is not for us to dig to find money that we aren't going to have in the end.
This is why this is a warrant article, and if the voters turn it down, the voters turn it down. But our job is to put a budget together the best we can, try to save the district money, and that's why we have a vote in March when the town votes for the budget, because we aren't the kings of the town that vote on the budget. It's the people that vote on the budget, and it might pass, it might fail. But guess what? Those people have a voice, because that's how this works. So,
Tim, it's past tense. The voters have already voted. The contract is half expired and have to go, and they voted on it. The town voted on it.
Yeah, we can't change the contract.
You can.
this was months ago, we discussed, like months ago, we opened this up, like now we're gonna say we can't do it? Months ago, we voted to do this.
Yep.
And so months ago, our vote to open the contract was, we shouldn't have done it? Like, we did do it. So let the taxpayers of this town make the decision. It gets voted down, it gets voted down.
But you see, Tim, what you're leading it to is you're leading it to what is a break? We sat there and negotiated, negotiated to give them 5 cents, or we're gonna give them $20. That's the point here, that's the difference. The contract is settled, voted on by the public.
We are doing what the public has requested. We are still giving them the amount of money that was voted on. We are asking for the additional money. That's why we wanted to bring it to the people again. So we can open up a contract at any time. So they are getting their contracted money that the people voted on. We are asking the people for additional funding. So we can open up a contract as long as both parties agree. So that's what we're doing.
Why did you delete the amount then?
When did I delete it?
Why did you delete it? And what your statements right there was absent amounts. So you're asking to open up something that somebody doesn't know what you're opening up. What do they have? That's the expression, Pandora's box. So if right here, if you want to put it in front of the public, exactly what was being talked about, then go and do it. But you're in violation of the law, as well as I would be. So for you to make your statement that's all it is, Donna, I got a real problem with that. The problem is bigger than that.
I don't know that I understand.
I don't think I
I'm not trying to, I didn't hear anything that she said that was in violation of what I've been warned not to talk about.
Right. There isn't. So far, there was none. But the minute she put the amount in, it would be.
She didn't put the amount in though. She didn't say how much it was.
I said the amount that was, I didn't even think I said the amount.
I'm not saying you said any amount.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that absent the amount was clear. we can't discuss this here. And the amount is significantly important to people, what we're doing with their dollars. And so what's happening right here is we made a judgment call based on what we knew and what we thought. I believe the vote was unanimous. Am I correct on that? Was there any no vote?
There was no vote, everybody abstained. There was no vote.
Okay, because of the issue. Okay.
Everybody abstained from it.
I'm calling for the vote then. If everyone abstained, then it was, because if one person voted no, then I see you could argue that it's already voted, but the fact we all abstained, it was a no vote. Right?
Yes. It failed, the motion fails.
So I just remade the motion then. And I got a second.
And we're in discussion. We're trying to make sure that we don't violate. I got it now. I thought you were saying that she did. You were just saying she's close to it.
Right to the edge of the precipice.
And then Superman comes along and swipes her out.
So from your perspective, if I understand, is by us saying, opening it and then abstaining, that we are,
It was a no vote. It wasn't a pass, it wasn't a fail, it was a no vote. Just like if it didn't have a second. It's the same thing.
Essentially, there's no vote held.
Correct. So we can take this vote now, and I don't even have to technically appeal it. I just have to say, I change my motion, I guess. I make the motion to accept the ratified teacher contract to go on as a warrant article on the budget.
so I'll second, to continue the conversation. Did you have your hand up, ma'am?
I might, but I want to see where this conversation goes.
I'm just saying, let the taxpayers decide, not 5 board members. That's all. Like I said, if this was in the budget, I would be against it because it's going to increase it and I'm forcing it down taxpayers' throats and then putting our budget in jeopardy because then if it's that amount versus this amount, that could be what breaks, the bank for someone and they can't do it, right? But putting it in the hands of the voters, it lets them decide. It may still fail, but it gives the teachers a chance to argue their side, to try to convince people, and then it gives other people on the other side to do the same thing, right? But that's, our constitutional republic, because I hate when people say we're a democracy, because we're not. However, it's still a type of democracy government. It gives the people the chance to decide. That's all I'm asking.
I'm cognizant of that, Tim.
No, I know you are.
But the process is, we negotiate. The town doesn't negotiate. The town says yes or no to what we have done collectively. And so here, we made a decision to not change an existing contract.
We didn't though, because we did a no vote. We all abstained. Had one person said no, then we would have done that. But the fact that we didn't,
Maura, did I vote no?
you abstained.
You abstained.
All of us did.
Yes, sir.
I'm not so sure of its relevance, but the issue still is, the negotiation part of it has to happen between the bargaining unit and the board before it goes to the public,
It did.
Didn't it?
It did.
and has to come to an agreement.
It did.
It did.
Great.
I knew I should have shut up some time ago.
Any other discussion? Oh, I got 2 hands. I'll start with Mr. Booten. Is it?
I hope that in the future, that if the majority of the board members abstain, that hints that more discussion is warranted on something, or people don't understand what's going on, and the board isn't ready to vote. In contrast to that, if people are abstaining because they don't want to go on record, then maybe they shouldn't be sitting here.
But we're on record now, clearly. Except for the issue itself, which we cannot do.
Keller.
Kurt Keller. In reference to the highway department and the town, we decided not to reopen negotiations because that opens the entire contract for negotiation. What we did is we made a direct offer to modify the existing contract to incorporate the new rates for the DPW employees, which they in turn accepted and no harm, no foul. I don't know, I didn't catch that meeting where you guys discussed this. I don't know if you're reopening negotiations though, that opens the entire contract renegotiation, which would, it seems to me, would have to go to the town voters again to ratify.
I did have my hand up. It's a point of order. Hate to put you on the spot. Mr. Beard, could you please repeat your motion in full?
So I make a motion that we ratify the teacher contracts to go on the warrant article for this budget. Does that sound right?
And then I seconded it for discussion. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Just do a roll call.
Do roll call.
Oh, roll call vote?
Are there any particulars that you're gonna put in this wording? Is that's just gonna be it?
So the teacher's contract that we looked at on Tuesday,
Which is what?
Can't discuss it because it was a non-public. So the non-public, when we talked about it, is what we're talking about. But we can't discuss it publicly.
So we should be doing this in non-public?
No, this
No.
should be happening now. That
We would ha-
question would have
we-
been asked better.
We
in
would have to go
non-public.
from here into non-public and then figure out where it went from there.
Thank you.
why is that? So from my understanding, since we're still in discussion, we abstained, we did not have a no vote on,
Who voted on the change? The board voted to open. It did not vote for any criteria that was beforehand or afterhand.
That's correct.
So therefore, the board has got no credence in any number.
well, we had Jenna appointed Tim as an alternate. And then when Jenna left, Tim was sick or out of town, so then I attended to replace. So then we,
So what you're saying is one board member was able to commit us to something? No, we sent you, as your policies and procedures say, a committee that we set up goes to figure and do, and then comes back to the board for consent. The board has not consented.
Then we vote Tuesday night in non-public to come out and vote on this. We did.
Steve, can I clarify a few things, please?
yes, ma'am.
This was brought up by the board. I want this to be really clear. The teachers did not ask for this. But last June, we were asked if we would consider a one-year wage reopener, which is exactly what the Public Works did. Then in December, we met with the board's negotiating team, not just one, the team, and they made a proposal to the teachers. We didn't give an amount that we said we wanted. The board said, we propose, we're going to offer you this. The teachers voted to ratify it, said, yes, thank you. We appreciate that. And then it came to the board. Now it's in your hands. Your team negotiated it, and it's your job to decide whether or not to ratify it. That's where we are.
Because the
I agree.
teachers already ratified.
Because the teachers have already ratified it. But again, I want to state, the teachers did not ask for this. We
Correct.
appreciate it. It would be very helpful. We need it. But this came from your board, and the proposal came from your board. Thank you.
No disagreement.
So then it's to ratify it.
Yes.
So we discussed it in non-public per the law. We had a no vote, an abstention in essence,
In
the
public.
lack of one way or the other in public. So now Tim is called to either vote yea or nay to ratify the said contract that we talked about in non-public on Tuesday,
And he's asking for it in public session.
Where it would
which is, has
have
to
to
be
be.
non-public.
We're not negotiating.
We're not
anymore.
negotiating.
We're voting
It's
on it.
either, yes, let's ratify it and put it on there, or no, you didn't meet my expectations and the guy, I don't, whatever your reason for saying no is. But you have a chance to either say, yes, we sent this team there and we'll ratify it and let the voters vote on it, or no, I don't agree with it and we're not gonna send it to vote to the voters. Is that how, am I?
Yes, you're correct.
So now if we call for a vote, it's either yea, nay, or abstain. Yea means it goes on to the,
Warrant.
to the warrant article, where the town can say, that's gonna cost X amount added to my tax rate, yes or no. The BAC will probably have their recommendation on there. Or no means we don't even let the town vote on it, and we say, we opened it up and we shouldn't have, and things have changed since June. It's not personal, and I think that the town will appreciate one way or the other, if I understand it correctly, without violating anything.
I see that differently.
What?
I see that differently, because we looked at the numbers and et cetera, and that's what brought us to our conclusion to abstain. At least now, me. I can't believe that I didn't vote no. But at this point, I'm strongly there, because what's wrong here is we're negotiating a contract in public. We haven't put the dollars to it, but.
There's no negotiation.
Okay, I have my opinion, you have your opinion, right?
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
So there's no, we're not allowed to put any numbers in this. It's just gonna be that you just stated.
You were told the numbers on Tuesday night in non-public, and
Yeah.
I just can't, like, you know what I'm saying, we can't talk about it publicly, but it was told to the board.
Yeah.
Like how much the increase per thousand was gonna be or whatever. That's what we're voting on, which would go to the taxpayers to decide if they accept it or don't accept it, which makes it fair for the teachers, it makes it fair for people that wanna vote no, like, they decide, not us, because the five of us shouldn't be deciding this. That's why I brought it up tonight, because this isn't set well, because when you let the townspeople decide, they'll decide what's best for them, right? It doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, but we at least tried our part, and if Bert, is against it, and is gonna fight against it, and that's fine, because Bert has a right to do that, and if that's how Bert feels, then that's what Bert should do, but it also gives the teachers a chance to fight, to try to get it to pass. And if it passes, great. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, and we go on, and it is what it is. But to kill it here, when we first brought it up, and not give it a chance, isn't right.
So it has nothing to do with their contracted raise that we voted in last year. What-
Correct, yes, yes.
So this is that separate
We can't
piece.
really get into
Yeah, we
that
can't really.
conversation, like,
Well, I don't wanna vote on something that's so ambiguous either.
I'm good.
no.
Hey. We're forgetting why we changed our mind, because things did change. The outlook here was bad and the trajectory was wrong. looked disastrous. We wound up at 3.2. And our budget that we've approved pretty much reflects that. That being said, now, when this goes in, we take the, I'm gonna leave it at that. Call the question.
I have one more comment, yes, ma'am.
Roll call, please.
So roll call vote, whether or not to add to the warrant article the negotiated
Teacher contract.
teacher contract.
That we negotiated with Jenna at that time under those circumstances. I got it.
I've already started the vote, ma'am. So, start. You want me to start? So I'll go with aye.
What's that?
I'm going with aye.
Okay? Bert Spalding Senior, no.
Darrell Jones, yes.
Tim Beard, yes.
Yes.
How about that?
Motion passes. We'll add the negotiated teacher contract to the warrant. So our next topic then is for the budget. We
Yeah, I
need to
think
take-
Tim was gonna.
I was gonna make a motion to accept the budget for the 55-cent increase as presented tonight.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion?
I would just, the fact that you were able to do that, to me, is significant without cutting things, because I wasn't willing to cut things. I'm not. I said this to Steve adamantly. I won't. I'll fight just as hard as Bert fights on things that we're not cutting stuff. We're not going to cut teachers. When my kids are in this school, we're not going to do that. And somehow you managed to get us to that, which is 5 cents more than what the default was going to be, I believe. I think that's significant. And I also feel like everyone in this room needs to take this fight elsewhere too, and not just, tonight. It's a fight. It sucks. None of us like any of this, but we do need change in this town, and I do agree with Bert. It's going to get to a point. There's no more money. Dr. Scott has said this to us in length. We've talked about this. You're going to get to a point where you can't go anymore. So we really need to work as a community to figure out what do we do to fix it, because there has to be a way to fix it. I don't know the answer. I have some crazy ideas, but we've got to do something, right? And I agree with that 100%. But as far as I'm concerned, 55 cents that's not much of an increase in a budget. Do you know what the actual percentage at this point is of increase?
In the budget itself?
Yeah, like 1%?
It's
Not even
more like-
1%.
Well, the latest one is it's just above the default, that's only 0.03%.
So we're not even increasing the budget
0.2 or
1%.
0.3?
0.03.
Okay.
So this budget that I'm proposing we vote on now, it's not increasing it. It's less than 1%. Even though inflation is way more than 3%.
So, if I may, Mr. Spalding and I have had several conversations where, when I took over as chairman, there are things that I need to do better, and that I have since communicated to Donna, and that is getting us having budget conversations on the calendar starting September 1st. Or maybe even before that, but that's the latest date, because this year we started way too late, and I take responsibility for that as the chair, as not being forward-thinking enough. And so it's not gonna happen again. And from my perspective, Donna, who we brought in to make change, one of the things when I first got on, and before I got on the board, there was the policies for the COVID stuff that aggravated me. And then you can read the tea leaves and saw that was all, after the election, that was all gonna get cleared up. And we, as a community, I feel like turned our focus to, it was really Elk Richards with our ranking. And you don't just throw money at a problem, and I do not feel that in the briefings that we've received, the one-on-one that I've had, sitting down and asking questions about certain things, and I'm sure y'all have probably asked questions of either Rob or Donna as well. I don't feel like we're throwing money just to be like, hey, let's get money, let's, like, add more money and we'll get better. I know that when we were talking on Tuesday night, there was mention of, can we cut teachers, or is there somewhere, where can we cut? And, we're the second largest employer of citizens in the town, is the school district. And so no one feels the tax rate burden more than our employees, as well as they have the same costs and expenditures, not only in their personal lives, but also here at the school, they feel it. And if it really is a .03.
No, well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna correct that. I was looking at the wrong column.
So
It's been a long day. It's 1.8.
1.8, so that's well below inflation, because I'm pretty sure inflation's at about 3.2. I mean, that's what you said.
That's what the government
right?
said.
So-
Fake inflation's probably at 3.2, but yes.
Right, without getting political about it.
Yes.
But the rate that they're going with is 3.2. And I, as an elected representative, feel like I can support 55 cents. Because it was even higher than that on Tuesday. So in the last
It was like 119.
36 hours, and imagine as we move forward, because we have a turnout here, it's important and to make cuts where we can, but we can't do it at the expense of the students. And that's my concern, and I know that when I was talking to you, asking you a question about one of the things, I threw out a few ideas, and some of them you looked at me like, don't say that in public or whatever, but, like my ideas might be crazy, but we need to start, and I feel like bringing it back to this at 55 cents is less than it has been the last few years that I've been paying attention to it. And I know there were some cuts made before I moved into town in 17. And, I studied the data, right? So our academic achievement is, it's gone down since the 90s. It's gone down. And there's little data points where you can look and be like, all right, well, what decision was made here and here? Because, something happened to change the education or the test scores, or however you want to look at it, of our students. And so for my point of discussion, I appreciate not only what you did for Tuesday, but then getting our feedback and working to get it down to 55 cents. It's with you saying tonight that this is not going to cost our kids their education. It's going to cost, teachers may have to make copies, and we may not get new workbooks for this, that, or the other, but we can live through that, and we can make that work. So I support the 55 cents for my part of the discussion. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, please tell me how many hours we have spent trying to figure out how to cover that hole. When we look at the whole picture.
As a group,
Yeah. Very low.
2.5, maybe 3
3.5 what?
hours.
Oh,
I mean, you asked me to estimate. I don't know. I wasn't keeping track, but I will.
I'm not talking what the subcommittee did. I'm talking about the board when we actually got to see what we were looking at. Something that's really bothersome here is it's possible for the union to come forward with their own article.
Come forward with what?
Their own article.
We can't stop any of that, though.
Yeah, nothing we can do to stop that.
That's right. And the intent is not to stop, the intent is to try and make the shoe fit. And the 55 cents that goes on top of where we are now is the end game. And again, I'll say, it's going to be a tough hurdle to climb, because it is changing a contract that has already been approved by the voters, and it's got another year and a half of longevity. We are taking that year and a half and changing the ballgame. So, but the vote is done. We need not to argue about it anymore.
Any other discussion?
Well, the thought that's going through my head right now is, and the big hurt, as I see it, is a lack of interest and support from the state. And this is all towns that are going through this. I think for us, we gotta get our state representatives in here, have them tell us what they're doing, and we're gonna tell them what we need them to do. And that's the way of getting the action started. I mean, is it practical for us to get in the bus and ask Caleb to drive us down to Concord every week? No, it isn't. But if we get our state representatives in here and have them become a viable part of this discussion, they may not want to, but I think they need to, because they're elected. I'm an elected person, I'm an elector in town, and that's what I'd like to see them doing. So I'd like to make a proposal on that, is that we strongly encourage them to join us in some of these meetings, so that we can solicit their proactive assistance down there in the big house.
Show them exactly how much
Yeah,
their lack of action is costing
that's my point,
us
yes.
and their district.
That's my point.
Costing the students.
All right, how about this? That's kind of like, well, let's take, our representatives, bring them in here and tell them what we want. They already know, and they've already been there. That's like going to a football game. It's going to be the town of Newport against the NFL. What happens?
Yeah, if we play the
Okay?
Patriots, we're good.
We got Sunapee over there, we got Hanover there, sorry to point at people, and all of these rich communities, and here's this poor guy whose eyes just come above the table, and
We're not the only poor community in the state. I think if we get something like that.
look at
rolling.
how few contributed to the lawsuit,
I know.
okay? That's a telling thing. And
But by getting the representatives in here,
telling
and
them,
I don't want to word it this way, but in essence tell them they're not doing their job.
The problem is, it's so
they
much.
can't. They vote the way we want them to vote, and they are outnumbered by the rich who, they got the pull. Money talks.
The problem is I know what you're saying, and I agree with Bert, because, so, Sullivan County has 13 representatives. Nashua has 26 or 23, okay? Sullivan County, the size of Sullivan County, Nashua, the city of Nashua, has, I think it's 23, it's 10 more than we have as representatives. So the problem, and I still agree that we should bring them into a meeting and hold their feet to the fire. But the only change that's going to happen in this state or anywhere in this country is when we, the people, it's our government, it is our money, stand up and say, you won't do this anymore. That's the only change.
I think that's where I'm headed.
You need this in Concord, but like times 1,000.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Although I agree, we should have them come in here. We should have Ruth Ward sit here and say, what are you going to do to fix this? How are you going to fix this? Because since the 90s, you've done nothing. Because that's part of how we fix this, because this is just going to be, next year, this is going to be the same thing, except next year it's going to be harder. Or there's a good chance it's going to be harder, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because every year, it gets harder. That's what we need to do as a community, to be thinking, how can we fix this overall situation, because
And we're not
They're
gonna
not
fix it
gonna do it.
overnight either, but if we start,
something.
start taking a chip off the corner of the block, then next year you take another chip off the same corner, and eventually you get down to the brass tacks, if you will, and changes will happen. I mean, we're gonna be getting a new governor. We gotta make sure that that governor, whoever it'll be, can help us with this. Otherwise, we don't vote for him or her, we vote for somebody else. That's where I'm headed.
I'll buy your signs, Bert. You run for governor.
But anyway, it's only, in the view of the total state, we're only a really small pebble.
But there's a
But
lot of
sometimes if the
pebbles.
small pebble makes a ripple in the water, and then another pebble falls in, and there's a bigger ripple that follows thereafter, it's a stepping stone.
Well, if the bottom of the pool is smooth and there's a pebble on it, a small pebble can make a big dent in the floor. But it's not. And the reality of the situation is the dollars that they can spend on lawyers and fighting, and that is so evident when in fact they turn around and sue that the whole thing couldn't happen anyways because this arm of government can't control the other arm. It is so stupefying that ridiculous. But that'd be it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Beard made a motion to accept the budget as presented with 55 cent increase and seconded by Mr. Spalding. Has the,
You didn't second it, right? It was me. I think it was me.
okay.
No, we're still in discussion, so
Okay.
I haven't called for the vote yet. I'm aware of the time, but I haven't called for the vote. Just Mr. Teller.
I was gonna ask for clarification on his motion, but since I already have that, I'd like to suggest that, that be, subject to BAC review and further recommendations as part of that motion.
Yeah, I think we would, that's what you
So
should
if
do,
you vote
correct?
to accept it, then it kind of precludes anything that we do.
So to amend the motion.
I can amend it, yep.
The only,
Yeah,
the only
well,
problem, the only
yes.
problem being is that we have our budget meeting next week, and we have to have, you may be able to make changes at that meeting. Because that night is when we finalize it. This one, we're moving it forward to that meeting. So at that meeting, we can make changes. So you can vote to move this forward, and the changes could be done at the next meeting. So the BAC can give their recommendations this evening, and we could change it at the next meeting.
Does that work, Herb?
I haven't spoken with the rest of the board members as far as the BAC goes. It's gonna be the first time they see the budget, it's gonna be in a few minutes, so.
Yes, but our board can vote it to move it forward. Then you guys can make your recommendations at the meeting, and then the recommendations can be brought to the board at our public hearing as well, because you guys have a public hearing before us. So the board will have the BAC's recommendation and a public hearing for the BAC before our public hearing, because our public hearing for the BAC is on the 9th, the public hearing for the school board is on the 11th.
I'll change it so it works, Herb, so
Yeah.
that, yeah.
So if there's any
So-
changes or recommendations, it can be made.
I'll amend my motion to push this forward to the public hearing as presented tonight.
I'll second the amendment to the original.
You going to take the motion off the floor that's already here, right?
I removed my motion, didn't I?
Because other people have voted, so you withdraw it first and then amend it and go back to it.
Yeah, so I would, yes, withdraw my previous motion.
And that's been voted on already.
We have.
No, this is for the actual,
Let's
Just for
do
budget.
that, so that cleans the chalkboard.
so I'll pull my original motion.
Second.
So you rescinded your original motion.
The way I said it,
Now
yes.
made a new motion.
Yes, that we push this budget forward as presented tonight to the public hearing. As presented as a 55-cent increase.
With subject.
Just like that, because then it gives the BAC time to look at it, make recommendations, and then it lets us change it at that meeting. Because Herb's right, technically if we accept it tonight, then we can't change it, I don't believe. But if we do it that way, they make recommendations, we still can change it at the public hearing.
You can change it at the public hearing, because at the
Either
public
way.
hearing, the public hearing gives the voters the option to speak on the budget.
Okay.
So tonight was basically a retreat for us.
The public. Which is
Yeah.
normally we probably.
I have a procedural question.
Yes, sir.
You voted to take Tim's original proposal off the table. Don't we have to clear the decks by voting for that before we bring in?
No, we
Never
had
voted on it?
Only a motion, and I
Oh,
seconded
that's
it,
right.
and we
Yep.
were in discussion.
Okay,
So there was no vote taken, so before we took a vote, he's now rescinded it,
okay.
made a new motion. I don't think we have to vote on it, because we never voted on the original.
Right,
It'll be
right,
open
right.
For discussion.
Yep. Understood.
Yes, sir.
Can I say how I'm gonna vote? But I don't, okay. I'm gonna vote no on moving it forward. We're gonna have one meeting with the BAC tonight. And the first half of the meeting will be getting to know each other. We aren't gonna really get into the meat of anything. So in saying that, I'm gonna say no to push it forwards, because I want the superintendent and her staff to get that down to a 0 increase in our taxes, as we do our best to help her out, and we'll find a way to make cuts, which we don't have a chance to really, all we can do is compare it to last year, or say this growth here, it's 12%, let's get them down to the 4% inflation rate, or whatever we would do. So I want the administration to still work on this, get it down to a 0 increase. And I'm proud to say that we moved to put the article in there for the, whatever it is, because I do agree that for 5 people to have that kind of weight, let the people decide. But we have weight to stop this right where it is and get it down to a 0 tax impact. We need your help, and we'll do our best.
Kurt, just hang on to that till we get the floor cleaned of the one that's here.
Hang on to what?
Just hang on to your thoughts on that and make that the next step after we get this done.
Okay.
Move the question.
All in favor of moving the budget forward as, yes, ma'am.
Roll call, please.
So we will do a roll call vote to move the budget as presented tonight forward to the
Public hearing.
BAC and to our public forum on November 11th.
No,
Or,
January.
sorry,
January 11th.
January 11th. Just went back in time. Sorry.
That might be fine.
So roll call vote, I'll start.
We're actually moving back to where we were when we made the no decision. That's the first part of that. Just bring it back to the point at which we voted on the budget, because that was part of the thinking and process. So this cleans it. Then we look at the budget and we can do the budget again. We can reconsider what we have done in light of the change, as opposed to making the change and pushing our decision further down the road. So parliamentary, that's the way you're going to have to do it in order to have it come out of here right.
So just to clarify, this vote is to push this to the public hearing, as presented tonight, this budget at 55 cents.
But it
But we
can
can,
still be
but we can
altered
still,
though, right?
we can still vote on that, Tim, because we voted on that number based on what we knew at that time, and what we knew at that time has now changed.
Right, but we haven't voted on this yet, though. That's what we're doing right now. The teacher part's already done. That was the other vote. This is just for this new proposed budget that Donna gave us tonight for the 55 cents.
I'm okay with taking the 55 cents out. I don't have a problem with that at all.
That's what we're voting on right now, to push it to the public hearing.
Right.
Because originally I was gonna just vote it and we just accept it as it is, but like Herb said, that doesn't give the BAC a chance to come forward with any recommendations they might have. So I don't wanna do that, so we just change it to, hey, we're gonna push the presented budget to
You're
the,
taking my budget vote that was done for the amount that's there, based on what it is, you're taking that away from my purview. Everybody else's purview also. Boil it down, clean it, one off, and then go with the other.
I'm sorry, Bert, I'm confused.
Okay.
Did we vote on something that I'm not?
We voted, we were okay with this number, weren't we? Not the 55, not the number we got today.
we never voted on that
No, we
last
didn't
week.
vote on it. We asked her to come back and do her darndest to get it to 0. Like, I don't think we voted on that. I think that was a consensus of us.
I see what you're saying now. So, yeah, so Bert, you're right, yes. Tuesday, we didn't vote on the presented number she gave us.
Okay, so now, that comes back to the floor to be voted on tonight, or whenever.
Yes, yes,
Because we didn't pour concrete.
correct. And what I'm trying to do with this vote is just basically push this number to the public hearing, is what my vote was for.
Okay.
To the BAC and to the public.
Right. So the dollar, I think it was 19 that was discussed Tuesday, we didn't vote on that.
That's where we all abstained.
No, we just didn't vote on it at all.
Oh, okay.
We weren't happy with it as a board, because we
Correct.
discussed and said, we would like to see you
Take another look at
get
it.
it as low as possible to make hard cuts. And so they had 24 hours basically, or
Right.
48.
Let's just use the 55 cents for a minute. All right, so we take the 55 cents out, we allow the article to happen, away we go. Leave the 55 cents in, we've got to say, hey, bang, this is gonna come in on top of that. Now, it's higher than what we agreed on. So I'm willing to, right now, say, hey, move the new number, take the 55 cents out.
55 cents is a new number, am I right?
He's talking about the number from the warrant that it's
The budget.
part
the budget
of,
itself.
but it's not part of, right? Like, so if it passes, then it becomes part of the budget, if the voters vote for that.
That's right.
So you're saying whatever that number is, that's what you want, max?
Right. And then we can support that and say, hey, yeah, it's okay. As a freestanding article, we can support that.
So if I understand this correctly, you're back to level funding the budget and just having the warrant article. That's what you're asking me to do.
That's correct.
Which would be removing another
Which would be
$400,000.
cutting teachers
Right, no.
and staff.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna come out with the absolute worst scenario rather than try and fix the problem and
Bert,
find.
I went through
Wait a
this-
minute, I didn't talk over you, I'm doing it now, okay? So it's clear to me that NASA spent billions of dollars on building rockets and couldn't save, and Elon Musk figures out to do it because somebody applied their mental energy to get that done. If we as a community don't do this, what happens next year, in the next year? By the time this litigation is done with, we'll be old and gone. So,
Point of order.
go
Did
ahead.
the roll call already start?
Yes, you already started.
Technically, yes, the roll call, thank you.
Somebody else wasn't allowed to come in after that started, so.
So the roll call vote was for Tim's motion, which was to move this forward so that the BAC can analyze it at their next 2 meetings. Give us that feedback, because we have one more meeting before we finalize it, where we still might have cuts to it if, as you continue to look. Like right now, this is what you're at in the last 48 hours. And then we'll have the finalized version at our meeting on January 11th.
The public hearing
The
meeting.
public hearing, to where we will present it, whatever that final number is, but as of tonight, it's 55 cents. It still has to go through and have all the different eyes of the BAC with all the different experiences that they have looking at it, which goes to what I think that what you're saying, Mr. Spalding, is give more eyes on it. And as I mentioned earlier, in a better world, I would have started this as the chairperson back in September, so that when we're here tonight, it would have been more just a back and forth, and we wouldn't be discussing as much as we are. That will be fixed in the future. It's already, steps have been made to put it on the calendar so that it's a done deal. It doesn't slip.
He's gonna jump.
And so I volunteer to start the roll call vote, so I vote aye.
Mr. Jones, your vote?
Darrell Jones, aye.
Mr. Spalding? Senior?
No.
Tim Beard, yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Your turn to vote, Kurt.
What's that?
Your turn to vote.
Needs a lot more work, and if we pass it along like it is, then there's no urgency to work on it. So I'm gonna vote no.
Motion passes 3-2. It will move to the BAC for their recommendations. It is not finalized. This is 2/3 of the way there,
Something like that.
something like that.
Right, because it has to be approved on the 11th, correct? Finalized by law.
Yeah, so what happens is tonight we have the BAC, so the BAC will go through it and look at it. Then on the January 9th, we have another BAC meeting, but that is a public hearing followed by a BAC meeting. So we'll have, the public will be able to come in and give input to the BAC on the budget, and then we will have a regular meeting with the budget. At that point, the BAC would then make their recommendations, and then I would move those, or someone from there could also come as a representative. And at our public hearing on the 11th, they will give what their feedback or their thoughts was on the budget as it was presented. And then the board will then decide whether or not they want to make any changes or adjustments to the budget at that point. And then during our meeting is followed by a regular meeting. Then at that meeting, we will vote to move it to the deliberative.
I make a motion for us to adjust our budget number. Now, where are we? I do not have a current sheet that shows the difference other than the revenue side.
Didn't we have to pass this out?
Did you? Yeah, we passed a new budget. I'll give you one right here. But you do have the new budget.
Okay, I do. And why don't you pick through my paperwork and tell me what I have?
I'll give you the new one.
Thank you. Motion on the floor to reconsider the bottom line of the budget.
There in a second.
Consider it dead.
All right, next we have non-public. So I think in the ease of everybody that's in here for the BAC, we will take it to an office if we have one.
Yes, and 2 of us are BAC members.
Can we do that later so we don't?
I don't think the whole board is staying for the BAC meeting because they don't have to.
We're into BAC time already, so
6:30.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
I show almost 25 after 6.
6 minutes.
They were gonna start at 6:30.
Yes.
I'm sorry, okay. I'm wrong.
go do the non-public, and is it gonna take longer than 10, 15 minutes? I have no idea what it's about.
Neither do I.
So I voted for it, in fairness, so board members can be heard.
All right, let's not hold up everybody, let's,
Can we push it to another meeting?
can do that at the other meeting. So, it's, we voted on the motion. So, move to reconsider.
Second,
Aye.
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay?
All right, so I will add
Thank you,
that
Bert.
to our next meeting's agenda.
No, remove it. My motion. So, my motion is, I take it off the floor.
We can just skip all this and go right to
Yeah,
adjournment.
New hires?
We can just skip it all if you want.
No committee report outs, no policies, any communication from the board members? All right. It is 6:25, this meeting is adjourned.
also going to give you shows all the great information.
Yeah, might as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
And they're going to go with the AC packet.
I did.
Also asked if we could table the minutes, because he didn't have to do them.
Okay. Okay, I'll call this morning meeting of the Budget Advisory Committee to order. Everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm gonna just remove everybody's nameplate, so the nameplates are. Thank you. Sorry about that.
I'd like to say quickly, I hope everybody bears with me. First chairmanship and the first time I've been involved with the Budget Advisory Committee. So hopefully those of you with experience will keep me in line. And do we have any adjustments to tonight's agenda? Seeing none. Public comment. Public is very silent tonight.
Well, wait a minute.
You wish?
It is good to have it back, and thank you. Seth, when he threw the towel in, didn't seem to be able to get it back together, but you have, and it's my understanding Seth is also part of the new board.
Seth will be joining us. He's just out of the country right now, from what I understand.
Yeah. So that's all good news. Thank you.
The item 5, approval of the minutes, are going to be tabled as they are not ready for approval yet.
Do you want to take a vote to table them? Do you want to vote to table them?
I guess we could have just put them on until the next meeting.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to table until the next meeting, the minutes. Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And abstentions? The ayes have it. We're ready to do actions for the budget review.
Sure. So I thank everybody very much for giving us this opportunity to speak on the school budget. I did email everyone the budget, but the budget was changed 2 days ago. So what you currently have in front of you is the newest budget with the cuts and adjustments that were made, as well as the default budget. So when we look at it, if you look at the third line, the third row, where it says 24-25 proposed budget, so initially that was the one that we were proposing. And then the second one, the next one to that was our default budget. And then based on the meeting that we had, our school board meeting we had on the 2nd, we came tonight with a third proposal, which the board did vote to move forward to our public hearing. So I'll speak on, Rob and I can speak on the third column, as that is the one that is moved forward. And so what we have done is, we have moved the, and then the board also did vote to ratify the teacher wages, which will be put onto a warrant article. So that will be separate than the budget, so it's not in the budget. They also ratified the support staff contract, which is embedded into our budget. So support staff is embedded. the teacher contract, well, I should say that the teacher increase in their wages will be a warrant article. So we'll have two separate warrant articles, one for our budget, obviously the one for moderator. We have 3 positions for school board coming up, 2 3-year, 1 1-year, and then your moderator, clerk, all that great stuff. So that'll be a warrant article. We'll have the warrant article with our budget. We'll also have the warrant article that has the teacher increase. And then we're looking at seeing if we need to put another warrant article on there. We were able to get money from the state for our CTE. It has 0 impact on the budget at all, but we want to make the voters aware that we have this money that's coming in to help with the CTE Center. So we're looking to see if we have to put that in a warrant article or if that's something we can just talk about at a meeting.
Is that the 100,000 that's on the revenue side of this sheet that you just gave us? Where it says area vocational school, or is that something
No.
different? Okay.
The 1,000 on this sheet right here is our typical.
Typical, okay,
Yeah.
perfect,
Yeah.
thank you, just for clarifying that for me.
To further clarify what you said, I think I heard you say that the support staff contract numbers are in this.
Correct. They're embedded into, correct. So when you look at the proposed one, the very first proposed one that we did, that did not include the support staff. And the reason why it didn't is because it has to get ratified before we can put it in the budget. It was ratified that evening. So when we made our changes and adjustments and brought it to the board this evening, the last column that you have it does include the support staff. And that one, we are, let me just grab all my numbers here. We are approximately, with all the adjustments and everything that we did, we're $6,716 above default, which would be a 55 cents impact on the school budget, on the tax rate.
So Donna, the support staff contract is a 1-year contract?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, every year it's 1 year. We were hoping this year that they would go longer, but they didn't want to do it this year, but we're hoping in the future that they can do that because like next year, we'll be negotiating the teacher contract and the para contract. And when you have such a short time frame to do everything, because you have to have everything done by a certain date in January, everything has to be ratified, it's just way too many things going on at one time.
So as part of the warrant article for the budget, whatever that ends up being, it'll specify what that contract funds are.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, and the tax impact.
Right, for the whole budget.
Yeah, so each warrant article, so the warrant article, I believe itself has what the tax impact will be.
Right, it'll be the tax impact of the whole warrant article, but within that warrant article, it specifies what the funds are for the teachers.
Absolutely, even in our main warrant, our main article,
Yeah.
it has in there what the support staff is. We
Right.
put that in there as well. So we kind of pull it out just so that way people can see this is what our budget is and this is what the support staff is.
That includes it.
Yes, yeah.
So is there or will there be a version of the budget created that includes the teacher contract as proposed in the article?
There will not be a budget because it's a warrant article. So it's not part of this budget unless it gets voted on the warrant article.
I was asking less from the perspective of how to true up the decision-making by the town, but to have a document that shows the full financial picture.
Yeah, on here it will not. It will not be embedded in our budget. So what we ended up doing is when we gave the first budget, the things that we removed from our second budget is we were looking at moving curriculum materials because we feel that teachers can make more copies or things like that. So we wanted to avoid having to eliminate any positions, any staffing positions at all, because we already feel we're kind of short-staffed as it is. An example would be I have one teacher at the high school who is actually doing the job of 3 English teachers right now, the one she has and 2 others. We have another teacher in the middle school who is doing 2 English teachers. We have other teachers that are doing fax, our high school fax position. So we still have a lot of positions that are open. And so we wanted to make sure that we weren't cutting positions because we need the ones that we currently have. So we also looked at our software lines. Our software lines were pretty hefty. So really taking a look at the software that our teachers are using, you know, and getting rid of the one-ups, right? So we have one teacher that uses this, we may have 3 teachers that use this, and focus more on the overall picture, right? If we have, you know, 30 teachers that are using one, then we'll keep that program. So that's what they looked at as they started to pull off, you know, what can we do for our programs. Excuse me. We're also looking at changing from Power School to Alma, which is a big savings in itself. So that's another part that goes with it. We also looked at tech equipment. You know, what do we currently have? What do we need to replace? Those types of things to make sure that we were trying to keep it so that way all of a sudden one budget season we weren't saying, all right, we need to replace all these laptops, right? So we currently looked at that as well. We cut the raises. So what has happened is the non-contracted staff, we cut their raises to, I think it was 2.5? To 2.5%. And so they're at a 2.5%, and that includes everyone from the administration to our bus drivers to our custodial staff. You know, so it involves a lot of people, so they would get a 2.5 increase in their.
I think as I understood it, the non-contract people initially had 5%.
Correct.
Okay, and cutting everyone back 2.5%, what kind of savings are you actually looking at there?
That was $109,111.
Okay. Which is about 18 cents on the tax rate or something like that. I mean, that includes administrators. What about bus drivers and custodians? They got cut too?
Yes. Yep.
You know, you see, those are the people, you know, basically at the bottom end of the pay scale, where, you know, I mean, an extra 2.5% is not as much as it would be, say, for yourself and principals and such. Those are positions, a lot of times it's hard to fill. And the people doing that, I mean, I think most of the ones you have here are quite dedicated to the system.
Mm.
It'd be nice to be able to, you know, recognize their service.
Mm-hmm. And we did, so we were very fortunate that last.
I'd like to make a point. Our bus drivers we raised them to the highest around. So at this point, they are content, is my understanding.
Yeah, so we did a lot with that.
29, and we're higher than Claremont, etc.
And I just want to make a point, and it has nothing to do with the school district, but I can say from the corporate world, our average in banking right now, we were getting 5% raises last year, we are down to 2% this year. So I think, you know, not just school district, but other corporations and other businesses in general are seeing some cuts as well this year. Yeah.
Yeah, my question along the lines of what both of you speak to was, among these positions, do you feel these cuts put you at risk in terms of hiring or retaining people, basically, for any of them?
I think that it does, no matter what, because we are one of the lowest paid in the district. So if we were to compare what our building principals make to other districts, we are way lower than what other building principals make. Our bus drivers, on the other hand, our bus drivers are higher than any bus drivers in basically the state of New Hampshire. Our bus drivers make almost the same as if they were to drive for like Coach or something like that. So they do. So.
Did this level of employee receive raises last year's budget?
Yes. Yep.
Percentage?
One more thing to add to that knowledge. CDL licenses now are as much as $6,000 to get through.
I gave mine up because it got too expensive to keep.
So what's happened is if there were 10 people out here that wanted a CDL, there were a number that could not afford. And these who could afford get out there in the place because the supply and demand has changed, the price had to go up. So that's the whole story, and we being at 29, as of this point, we are
competitive.
And
Basically,
we have drivers that have gone through all of the heft of the criteria.
Basically, we found ourselves, well, kind of like probably the fire and EMS is at that point too, where, like, if we're not competitive, like, why would I drive a bus for $21 an hour when I go work at Dartmouth Coach for $29 or $31 an hour? So it was a tough decision for our board, but it's like, if we don't, then we have no bus drivers, which on this side, it's a sucky position to be in because you're forced. But, so doing the 2.5% increase, it's not really detrimental. And I think, and it was the year before, I believe our custodial staff was.
We did last year, our
Last year, was
custodian
it?
stuff,
So we adjusted it too. So at all the times to have to cut it a little bit, this is actually a good year for that, just because we've already adjusted it everyone so much.
Yeah.
So you would say, Donna, that we are at no more risk than we would be ordinarily based on the
Correct.
fact of the pay scale of our teachers?
Correct, correct. Then we looked at our furniture and equipment lines and felt that currently we're good with a lot of our stuff that we currently have, so we're able to cut some of that. Then what we did is we took some of our positions. So one of the hard thing was that we had the ESSER grant, and so with the ESSER grant, the superintendent before me had put in positions into the ESSER grant. So when the ESSER grant runs out, those positions have to go somewhere. And so we looked at putting those into our current budget. So we were able to put some of them into our current budget, but the second part of what we did is we also took some of them, because we also have Title I grants, and we have what's called a CSI grant because we're a school in need of improvement. So we were able to put some of our staff into those grants as well. So we've been able to keep the amount of staff that we have because we've been able to move them into grants. Now, it's not saying, I mean, the hard thing is now we can't use that grant money for other things that we wanted to do, whether it be professional development or whether it be supplies that the students need. But we also feel that they need teachers a little bit more than that, so.
Those positions that were put under the ESSER grant, were those existing positions that were just moved there for funding purposes?
Some of them, yes. So like the art teacher, our middle school art teacher, was it middle or high school? One of the art teachers, I think it was middle school, was in ESSER. So we had to move that out. What we did, we have, because of the fact that we have a major retention issue, we have a retention teacher that basically what is a mentor. And this mentor works with all of our staff. We have approximately 28 staff members that are currently on an alternative plan. And what that means is that they didn't take the regular route to go through college and get their teaching credentials. So it could have been somebody that was in the business world that took some math classes, and then they applied and they were able to pass some of their tests, and they got the statement of eligibility, which made them eligible to be a math teacher. So we put them in as a math teacher, and then they have 3 years to complete the set of standards that would be the same as if they went to college. And that's all organized, that we put that all together, but it gets approved by the state of New Hampshire. So we take those forms, send them to credentialing then takes a look at those forms and then says yes or no, and then gives them a temporary license. So we have approximately 28 people that have these temporary licenses. A big part of that is when you go into the wonderful world of education, the big part is you do a lot with classroom management and how to handle behaviors and all these things. They don't have that experience. So we have a staff member that works with them, and so she has no ties to a classroom. So some schools may, they'll have mentors. We do have some mentors in the building, like teachers that mentor other teachers, but this is a teacher that has also been an administrator at one time that goes in at any time that the teacher needs them. So if they say, I'm having a hard time with this child, it's been really naughty all day, can you come in the afternoon and help me out? This teacher has the flexibility to do that. Though this meant the retention teacher has the ability to go in and do that. She also is the big coordinator between the colleges and our district. So she looks at, okay, what do we have up and coming? Do we have any student teachers that may need to come into, may need to do their student teaching? So can we pull them into our facility and work here? So she does a lot with that. She also works a lot with community. and does our mentoring program at the beginning of this school year. So when we first came in here, their mentoring program was only 3 days. You can't really get a new teacher in 3 days. So we were able to make it 5 days, and then we do some really intense training. And that mentor teacher can do all of that, as well as work with the community and bring things into our staff. So it's a big part of that, as well as works with them on their plan. So, okay, you have your plan, you have to do this test. How can I help you? What can I prepare you with? We have some of our teachers are on what's called an emergency authorization, means they need to pass the test before they get their license, their intern license. And so what she has done is put together groups so they haven't done math in a long time. So part of the test is math. So she takes those staff members and brings them together as a whole, and then has one of our math teachers come in and go over things that are on the test, so that way it helps prepares them for this testing. She also works with our para-educators and help get them. She also does some training for our subs. So when subs come in, we're currently right now writing a sub handbook, so that way when a sub comes in the building, they know kids aren't in the middle school, they're not supposed to have their cell phones out. They know kids, where the bathrooms are, they know where all this stuff is. And so we're looking at really boosting that up. And those are some of the things that we didn't have, that we really need to have. Because what you would do is a sub would apply, they'd get hired, and then you just drop them in the classroom, and they walk in, and they're like, "Hi," to the principal, "I'm here to sub today." And okay, where's the bathroom? Where's the, so this is a more formal way to get them inducted into our district and help them feel successful. So this is a lot of stuff that our mentor person does.
One of my concerns was just a lot of districts use these limited grants and funding to add to the roles, and the budgets balloon out of shape when these grants and funds end, and they say, well, we can't do without these positions. Well, when they were doing fine without them to begin with.
So you're absolutely right. That's why we put them into our grants that are every year. So our Title I grants, we get every year. Our CSI grant we'll have for the next 3 years. And that grant is specifically designed for Richards Elementary School, because they're a school in need of improvement. And so we can hire somebody to help facilitate for the next 3 years how we move forward in that building. And so we don't have any grants currently. Once ESSER runs out, so as of September 1, we do not have any staff members that are in any grants that will expire.
And none of the teachers that were under the ESSER grant got put into the regular budget? Everyone was replaced with a grant?
So yes and no. So the teacher retention, half was in the budget, half was in a grant.
Okay.
Because we also have to make sure with title grants, you have to have certain monies allocated to certain things. An example would be, we have to do community service. They have to do math nights and things like that. So we have to bring our community into our buildings. And so some of the things that you see that are happening at night is part of the grant. We have to have homeless money in the grant. We have to have foster care money in the grant. So those kids have the same education that everyone else has. We also have to, believe it or not, a percentage of our grant, all of our grants have to go to the Montessori school. So we have to give them a percentage of our grants, even though that they're a nonprofit school and people pay to go there. We have to still give them a percentage of our grants.
Is that because we have students from our town going there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So any school, so same thing with Mount Royal,
Yep.
we have to give them money as well. So anyone that has, technically, if there was a school in Manchester that had our kids.
And it's only if Mount Royal didn't have any of our kids, then we don't have to send it? It's only if they have
Correct.
our kids?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. And that's also our IDEA, which is special ed. So we have a large amount of special ed money that we have, and that a percentage of that has to also go to Montessori.
Is a percentage based on?
Number of students.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So
free and
prorated.
reduced, all of
Okay.
that stuff, yes. Yeah.
A quick comment and a question. The comment is, it's a really creative solution you've identified for a problem that's not likely to get easier anytime soon. That's attracting teachers. The company I work for serves the educational space, and so we see that's a very difficult challenge. So it sounds like you've had a creative approach. The question is, of the 28 teachers, that sounds like a pretty significant portion of your staff that are in that. On balance, are their salaries and benefits more than what a certified teacher would have been?
Be exactly the same.
So they're roughly the same.
So, but in some, so they would be on step one, right? Where if somebody we had a teacher that came from another district that had been teaching for 3 years, they would be on step 3. So they fall on the same scale of step 1. Now, if we had somebody that had, say they were in Sunapee and they had a plan, and they had taught in Sunapee for a couple of years, and then moved to us, then it would just follow suit, because they have an intern license. So they do have the credentials to teach. So we would just say, okay, you've been teaching for 3 years. One of the things that we have to really look at when we open up negotiations is really looking at that piece, because it does cost money to do these plans, and it does cost money and time that you put into this. So if we do hire somebody and we write up a plan for them that's very intensive, we put them through all this training, and then they just leave. Now they're taking their plan and everything with them. I would love that if somebody came to me with that, right? Because it wouldn't cost me anything, because it would all be done for me. So looking at how do we put a money on that? Say if we're hiring you and we're putting all this work and time into you, then you're going to be required to stay for this much time, or you have to pay the district X amount of dollars because we've put all this money into you. Almost like law enforcement, right? They send you through the academy. If you leave, then you have to pay the fees back. So kind of the same thing that we're looking at.
The 28 on the, whatever you call it.
All plans?
All plans. As a percentage, are we unusually high or low, or most districts having the same sort of recruitment issues?
So I would say that as a district we're high, but I would also say that other districts are having to do the same thing, because there's no one going, I shouldn't say no one, there's not very many people going in the field of education. And when you have somebody, like for instance, a math position, right? A math teacher is gold. Because not many people, number one, like math. Not very many people go into math, and not very many places have math teachers. And so if a math teacher was to come out of school today and she applied, he or she would basically have their choice of positions, probably all over the state of New Hampshire, whether it be a private school, a public school, a charter school, or any school, because you just can't find math teachers. So that's one of the things that we run up against, right? So right now, we need 2 English teachers, and other districts need English teachers. So what we run up against is, you can go work in this district and make $50,000, or you can come in our district and make $27,000 or $37,000. Right, so people say, well, I'd rather travel 15 minutes down the road, or 20 minutes down the road, or an hour, and make $25,000 more. Right, and so that's what we run into a lot with teachers. We have teachers a lot of teachers that decline positions because of the pay. So we do have a lot of that. We've been very fortunate this past year that we didn't have a huge turnover as we did the year before. And so I'm hoping that as we start to move forward, we're seeing the same things. And I think what our staff is seeing is they're seeing commitment, right? They really see, okay, we're starting to really move things forward. We're really looking at our curriculum. When we first came in and we're talking curriculum and programming with the staff, we were looking at our math program. And our math program that we had, I could ask 3 teachers that taught the same grade, and they all taught different math. Right, and so there's no, the kids are all getting something different. And then when I go up to the middle school, and I was like, so what do you teach? And they say, well, I download stuff online from Teachers Pay Teacher, right? And so you're like, oh. So with the vote from last year, we were able to implement a K-8 math program. So now all of our kids from K-8 are now doing open up math. So that's so now we have that consistency and the same language. So no matter what classroom you're in, you're getting the same information. You're learning the same things, the same language. And so we're in a couple of years, we'll really start to see it take place. And so that just went into effect this year. Last year, I had the teachers at the middle school say, can you please give us a math program because we have nothing. We're printing off things or we're doing this. And so I said, well, normally I don't like to do that because I like for us to look at it and get you trained and all this stuff. But they were like, well, we need something. And so Open Up Math is a program that's new, up and coming, very good program now in the state of New Hampshire. And so we were able to get them online modules. So they said, we'll take that. Well, if you give us this math program, we'll do these online modules, we'll do this stuff. And so they did do that. This year, though, when they came back, we did offer full training. So they had someone come in and do training. So they had a full day of training. And then when we have our early release, the same, because I wanted to get the same person. So the same person that did that initial training is actually coming back to say, okay, how's it going? What are you noticing? What other supports do you need? So we're making sure they get the training. As well as, and one of the things that was really scary for me was taking out of our curriculum materials, because that was a problem. So when we came in and we said, oh, what program do you use for reading? Well, I have this program, but I use from here and here and here because we don't have the full program. Right, and so we're like, well, why don't you have the full program? Well, we didn't have enough for the curriculum, so we couldn't buy the whole thing. So when you teach a program, you're supposed to teach it with fidelity. So you're supposed to teach the whole program from start of day one all the way through the school year in order for it to be successful. They couldn't do that because they didn't have the full program. Some people had some of it, some people had other parts of it in the same grade. And so we were able to put it all together to get them, and they didn't have the training. And then the second piece that we run into is with the turnover rate, right? So we can give all this beautiful training, and then next year, we're gonna have some teachers that we're gonna have to train all over again. So one of the goals that we had talked about here is, the goal is to stop being a training ground, right? Because people come here and they get all this amazing training to go somewhere else. And what we normally see is there's a step. They come here, they go to Claremont, then they either go to Kearsarge or Leb. And so that's what we see our teachers doing. So they're getting it. So Claremont and Leb, and they're saying, this is great. Our teachers are coming in with all this area of expertise and all this great training that we don't do for our staff. And so we want to try to change that. We want to change it so that way they stay here, right? It also builds that conversation. Oh, I had your brother, and it builds that relationships with the parents. The parents feel more comfortable. Oh yeah, you had my child, or some of our teachers that we're very fortunate have said, I had your parent when I was, when they were in school. And so we want to keep that and stop this turnover, because the goal is to move the bus, right, or to move us in the right direction. And those are some of the things that we're going to have to do to get us there. So those are the major changes that we had in our budget. So we were able to keep our full-time AD. So our athletic director was part-time. So what he did is he did study hall, and then he did his athletic piece. Now, he does it for the whole entire district. So he does middle school, well, I should say middle school and high school, because they really don't do it in the lower level. But what's really difficult is he works from the crack of dawn in the morning, because somebody's going to line the fields and somebody's going to do all that. And then he also has to be at our sporting events. So more than likely, if you were to go downstairs right now at our basketball game, he will be there, right? If you go some of our away games, he drives the bus to go there and is coming in at 11 o'clock at night. And it's very hard, because if we have him doing study hall, he doesn't have the opportunity to speak with other athletic directors to find out schedules and how things need to be done, and make sure that, there was a couple of times that we had, because they couldn't get a hold of him because he was in class and they got a hold of him too late, we had a group of parents that drove their kids over an hour away to find out that game was canceled. Right? And so we're hoping to eliminate that and give him more time to be able to do that. And so we were able to do that. Now, he was already being paid part in the budget, so it was only a small amount that we had to cover, so it wasn't that big. But along with that became a study hall monitor, right? Not study hall monitor.
Permanent sub?
No, the class. Study hall monitor, yeah, study hall monitor. So what they would do is they would, so kids that needed some extra work or extra time that are in the high school level, they would go into this classroom and get that support. Or it may be between classes that they have. One of the biggest issues, and I know our board had lengthy conversations, and we had some conversations with it at the beginning of the year. The hard thing right now is because we've had, the district has such huge cuts over the years, they've had to eliminate teaching positions. And so with that now, what we're finding is that at the beginning of this year, we had conversations because we have freshmen that are leaving school after lunch because they don't have a full schedule. And so that's an issue, freshmen. Now that should be a senior privilege, right? Not a freshman privilege. So, but there's not enough. We also don't have enough AP classes. So if we had somebody that wanted to go on to, let's say Dartmouth, right? We have kids that are more than capable of doing that. We don't offer the AP courses that they would need to get into Dartmouth. What they have to do is they have to do it online, right? And so some kids, as we found through COVID, don't do well online, right? And so because of this, we're hindering what the potential we could be offering our students, right? Because our students are just as good as Sunapee students, as Claremont, as anyone, right? And they should have the same things at their hands.
If you had the teachers to offer these, full round of courses and AP courses, do you have the space for those classes if you had the teachers?
Well, we could, because what we could do is, because we have teachers, right, that have their prep periods, so they could share classrooms if needed. What we did this year, and if you have the opportunity, I would love to take you up there to around the building, right, is our library, we were required by law, because there's certain classes that you're required by law to have. And one of them is in the middle school, you're required to offer a computer science. Well, we didn't have a computer science. So we were in violation of the law. So Eugene Benoit, wonderful teacher, wonderful gentleman, is now teaching that in our middle school. Well, we're like, okay, where do we put him? Because he was on a cart going from room to room. So our facilities staff actually moved the wall in the library and built the room. And so he actually now has a space to offer that computer science. And if you went into the library, you would not know that wall was moved. It's just as big and beautiful as it was before. So that's what we've done. We've made office spaces, we've changed rooms around to make things work. So yes, we would be able to do that. And if we had to use the library for classes, we could use the library for classes. We could use the cafeteria for classes if we need to. There's different avenues that we could do. We have the stage that we could block off. We could use as a classroom if we have to.
The stage is already, in the gym.
Yes.
You have the stage in the cafeteria is already blocked off.
Yes, they use the weight. I think it's like the weight room in there.
I'm not sure.
Or something. I think that's the weight room in there. So we could look at those types of things. So yes, so we would be able to.
Building on that question, going back to a former life, I was a school board member for a decade over in Vermont and chair for 9 years, and a money person looking at this. And there were two really key measures to understanding what drove it all. One of them was what Jeff was mentioning here, which is for your capacity, for the number of students you have and the teachers you have, how much more can you absorb in terms of students to make everything more affordable, more leveraged before you hit, now I gotta go spend a lot of money on something, and having that number. And I noticed there aren't any sort of student counts here or anything like that might help. Second big thing was regular ed versus special ed. I know in the school that we're in, it was a huge issue because the federal government doesn't fund the commitment to special ed, and it lands locally. And I've heard you mention special ed is significant here, but how much is that? Are both of those factors playing into what you're trying to do here? How
right. So here's a couple of things that we've done. So when I came in, there was the number of suspensions, that kids being suspended from school was unbelievable, right? And so it was just because what was happening is, and it's no fault to the parents, parents have to work. So when a child gets suspended from school, they're going home, and, you know, back in the day, when a kid got suspended from school, you know, your parents would kill you, and then you'd be stuck in your room for the day, and that's how it would be, right? Well, so now, and you'd have no TV, no food, no anything. And nowadays, parents have to work. So you don't have that person at home that's making sure things aren't getting done. And so what we find is that kids are going home and they're playing on their Xbox, or they're playing video games, or, you know, or one time I went to get something done, and there was a girl that was suspended from school, and I knew she was suspended because I was there when she was being suspended, and I was having a conversation with her. And I was happy to go get something, and somebody was talking to me, and they said, oh yeah, this is a great place to get your nails done. And guess who was getting their nails done? But the student that was suspended from school. And that was the day, it was during the day when she was suspended. So I said, okay, time out, this needs to stop. We can't have this. And so what we've done is we got approval for what we call SOAR, out of school, in school suspension. And so that's housed in this building. So anybody at the middle school or the high school that is suspended from school, they don't go home. They come here. And when they're here, they have all their work assigned to them. Depending upon what they did, if they say, for instance, they did vaping, then they would have modulars or counselors come in and talk to them about vaping and the dangers of vaping. And so there's a whole component that goes along with having to be here. And you know, and the kids will say, this is like jail, I hate being here. And we're like, yeah, wouldn't you rather be in school?
You
know?
get the point, don't you?
Yeah. Right, and so that's one of the things that we're doing. And we are noticing that there's been some changes, right? Another thing that we did is we did a big change to our cell phone policy. Right, so our middle school kids no longer can have cell phones on them. They're supposed to be in their lockers. Is it perfect? This month the month of December, they only had 2 violations. So that's not bad, right? And they haven't had very many. 6th grade, they've had 0 violations all year. So we're starting, and the kids are more involved in their education. They're talking. And then they looked at the high school. So the high school is only when your teacher says, or when you're in the hall, right? And the reason why we did that, and we didn't go to the let's take it away, is because what we feel is that as you start to get through high school, there has to be a point where it becomes, we now need to teach you when it's appropriate to use your cell phone and when it's not. You know, for instance, sitting right here, I'm sure everybody that's sitting in this room has their cell phone on them, right? If the phone goes off right now, if it's an emergency, you may get up and walk out, but more than likely, you're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna call that person back later, right? That's something that we need to teach kids, because they're the here and now generation, right? Oh, my phone's ringing, I'm gonna take it out, pull it in. Oh, somebody's sending me a text, I'm gonna text them right now, and the teacher's teaching. No, that's not okay. So we did that, and we said to them, your cell phone's a privilege, right? At any point in time, we'll say, all done. We're done, and now we're gonna go to, maybe what Claremont's doing is the lock back. But I will tell you that I'm hearing that the kids learned how to unlock it, use their phone, and then put it back in and lock it back. So I know.
They spent a fortune on that setup.
Yeah, yes. So.
And of course, in order to have the high school kids learn that responsibility, hopefully the teachers are modeling it too.
Correct. Well, and that was one of the big things that we talked about, right? So teachers should not be on their phone either, because and I make sure, even when I'm walking through the building, if my phone goes off, I'll go into an office or an empty space. I won't pull my phone out in the hallway and start looking at it, unless I'm in the high school, because then I can, right? But if I'm in the middle school, I don't, because you know it's not appropriate. But I'm at the elementary school, I don't. I'll go into an office. So even I make sure.
I would love to see a 6th grader take your phone.
I know.
Go to the office.
Yeah, you know, and so in order for me to say to the staff, you can't have your cell phones out, I can't have mine out either. So it goes all the way up. And so we really try to model that with them.
Now, a lot of what you were talking about, in-school suspension and all and such, I mean, we've done that before. And I guess this goes in cycles, because we've had in-school suspension, I guess we got away from it.
It's not in-school suspension, though.
Well, it's here.
Yes.
It's somewhere on the campus.
Right, so they have in-school and they have out-of-school.
Okay.
So this is labeled as an out-of-school suspension. We're just not allowing them to go home. They have in-school suspension at their building.
Okay.
So they'll sit there and do an in-school suspension. But this means you've done something that you can't be in that building. So we need to suspend you from school. Instead of suspending you from school, we're gonna make you come here, and you're still gonna get your education, you're still gonna get all that piece. So it's still out-of-school suspension,
All right.
but it's now here, so it's not.
Basically monitored system.
Yes.
So this is like their home.
Yes, so basically they're
Living out
home
of
here
school.
Yeah.
with somebody that's monitoring everything they're doing, and they cannot have their cell phones.
I think we're getting a little more into policy than we are on the
Thank you.
financial situation.
Yeah, we haven't even discussed the number yet.
Well, I'm just laying out our programs though, so that our programs go into
Well, I
our
think that
numbers.
was-
Can we lay out each program with each number then, so we have,
Well, it would be an overall, I couldn't give you because it would be special ed, because the question was regarding what our special ed population and what we're doing.
I do have a number question that I came up with looking at the last one we had that, and let me just hit on it briefly. Under the 1100 general education.
Yep.
You had line 113, related services, which in your initial budget was 72,000 of new money, and you cut that in half to 36. And going down somewhere else, I saw a similar amount under guidance, 2120, which is page 4. You had initially $84,000 of new related services money in there, but then you took it all out. And can you just describe what related services is and why it was important and how you can cut most of it out and what's the impact of that?
All right, so when I look at, and Rob can jump into this too.
Sure.
So when I look at the 113, I think that we're talking about,
Yeah.
so that's salary-related services. So what that was the, it was a long-term sub that was asked for by the buildings. So when we initially put the budget together, we based it on the needs of the building. So the middle school, high school, and CT had asked if they could have a sub that's a full-time sub that just stays there. Because every day there's somebody out and they're having a hard time filling sub positions, and they would have somebody in there. So that was that position, but that's also the study hall monitor. So we took out the sub position, put it into a grant, and kept the study hall monitor in there.
Okay.
So that's why you see the fluctuation in that amount. So that's what that is.
Okay.
The other one that you had talked about was
In
the.
guidance, I think.
Yeah, it was under the guidance. And so that was our wellness coordinator. And so our wellness coordinator deals a lot with kids that, like, social emotional needs, almost like the school psychologist, not school, a social worker.
Yeah.
And so, like, for instance, when the kids had the house fire across the street or anything, they would go there and offer supports to the families. What can we do to help you? They link them up with any community partners that can help out with those types of things. So that was the 84,000. We put that into a grant. So that's why we pulled that up.
Now, that was a new position, right? Because you didn't have it prior to this year.
Correct. Well, so, correct. So
Or
what
was it in a different grant?
it was ESSER.
Okay.
So it was an ESSER, because what had happened is we had the chief come to one of our meetings, and he had spoke about the importance of what he's seeing in our district, and how there is such a need, because our kids are not getting the counseling services that they need, and they're not getting all of this stuff. And in order for us to really start to move anywhere, we need to really focus a little bit on that as well, to offer that support, not only to them, but to their families. And so that was in part of our ESSER, so we put that in ESSER to offer that support. And so that came out of ESSER, so we put it back in the grant, and then when we had to make those changes, we said, okay, we can put this in our Title I.
Okay. So what are you giving up in Title I in order to get that position? Something must be.
No, you're absolutely right.
Something has to fall off.
You're absolutely right, and it has to do with.
What's the impact of that?
So it has to do a lot with our curriculum, our materials and things such as that. So that's a lot what we're losing on. Professional development, that may be some of the pieces that we're gonna be losing.
And earlier you were telling us just how important the curriculum development is, with your example of the math programs, but here you're making a cut there because of the more critical need.
You're
with the
absolutely
wellness.
right, but when I look at a budget and I'm asked to cut, I think it was like, how much did I have to cut, like $640,000 or something like that. I've got to do it somewhere, and I have to do it somewhere where it at least impacts students, Now, I can have teachers, I mean, it's not ideal, but I can have teachers make photocopies of material,
Yeah.
right? I can't make the teachers sit and speak with a parent and of students that just had a major fire in their house,
Yeah.
right? And so I have to give somewhere.
Right, but major fires are not a everyday occurrence.
Right, but it's not just that.
Right, yeah. So
I
let me ask you this,
Huge trauma levels.
on the copying material, are we violating any copyright?
Absolutely not.
Because it's for educational purposes?
Correct.
Or it's the exception
Yes, it's
for
the
that?
exception. But I just want to say to you, it's not just fires they deal with.
Right.
I also want to add that I probably get at least, and I hate to say a number, but more than 10 DCYF referrals in a week of kids that are being either abused at home, whether it be physically or sexually. And so they also work with the kids. She also works with the kids of that nature as well as our kids that are, throwing desks across the room. So she's working with that, we had someone that may pass away. She works with the students with that. So she does a lot of working with the students with the social emotional type of stuff going on in their lives.
So
Because they won't, in order for you to be educated, your mind has to be in it.
Yeah.
Right, and some of our students, their mind's not in it because there's just so much going on in their own little life that's what they're focusing on. So
you
this
make-
helps take
yeah.
care of that.
So you're making the best, worst choice.
Correct. And that's what's hard, right, when you're asked to, because one of the things that I tried to say is, when you bring a budget forward, right, when you're in education, and I've been in education basically my whole life, and you sit with a bunch of educators, what you do is you say, okay, we need to do what's best for kids. So let's look at our budget and do what's best for kids, right? And so when you go through, you'll see that a lot of our line items were exactly the same as last year, but there were some that we had to adjust, whether it be because of pay raises or insurance or, or just the typical inflation that's been happening. And so we did that. And so when we were told we needed to cut it, so we needed to take another look at it and say, geez, where can we cut, right? Because there's certain things that we can't go without, right? I can't cut heat, because I need heat to keep my buildings open. And then we also have to look at what does the state of New Hampshire require us by law to have in place, right? So I have to have certain, things in place in order, I have to have a nurse, that's a requirement. I have to have maintenance, that's a requirement. There's certain things that I have to have in my building.
Was it ED 306?
Yes, yeah, oh, good for you. I'm impressed with that, Jeff. I was gonna say that, but.
What are we on now? Are we still on guidance, 2120, and what line are we on?
Those related services question.
Yeah.
And those are two ones that I picked it up.
I'm sorry?
The fourth page,
Correct.
is line, under 2120, is line 113.
Thank you.
Also, one of the other things that I just want to add is, what we've done is on this, I think it's this part of the building, here, we also have another part that, it's our SOAR program. So this SOAR program works with our kids, our special ed kids, but they're the special ed kids that we would out of district place, right? And so if we would out of district place our kids, it's anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000 plus transportation. And so what we've done is we've designed and developed and had approved by the state of New Hampshire a program that is right here in our building. And we currently have a few students that were out of district place that we have brought back. So that there has been a big savings on our district. We also are looking at having another one come back in a couple weeks. So we're really starting to build up that program. Eventually what's gonna happen is we're gonna look at, if we're at capacity for what we need, obviously our kids come first. But if we could open it up to other districts and say, hey, here we have this available, it'd be cheaper than sending to Spalding, a little bit, maybe you can't go to Granite Hill, but these are kids that that are on certificate of attendance, so they're not graduating with a high school diploma. They're ones that we would send to like a Spalding Youth Center or something like that.
That makes sense.
Thank you. I had a note.
Well, thank you, sir. If you have any other questions, I'll let you know. If anything else comes up, I'll let you know.
That'd be perfect.
I do have a question on, I guess it's function 2211, which is on page 6, improvement of instruction. And pretty much what this 2 years ago, this was at 212,000, 213. This current year, it's 317, and next year you're looking at increasing it to 440,000.
Oh, the bottom line?
Right.
Okay.
The bottom line, the whole improvement of instruction, can you explain the growth in that over the past couple years? Basically doubling, and what we're getting for it and how it's benefiting us, is it?
So that has part of our retention coordinator in it.
Okay.
So that is the one that I spoke about earlier, so that's in there. Is this Prince?
Yep, and then there's also associated, like if you look at the health insurance, was a big climb.
Right.
Yeah, because it
But-
started at 32 and it's at 94, just for health insurance.
Yeah.
Right, dental has gone from 426 to 1,844. But what we have in this is, in this program, so a lot of this, what you'll see, right, is we pulled out from other buildings, because a lot of this money was housed in buildings. And we have a curriculum coordinator, and the curriculum coordinator oversees all of our programs and meets, as a matter of fact, she met with 5th grade today, to look at how we need to make sure our curriculum aligns straight across the board.
Okay.
And that's gonna be something that we're gonna bring to our board, so that way our board can look at our curriculum and approve our curriculum, and we can put it on our website, so that way people can look and see exactly what we're teaching. So that all falls under that line item. So it's
Okay.
anything to have to do with the curriculum.
Okay, that's something you did last year, I think.
We had that last
Pulled
year.
it out of the buildings and put it under the district.
Yes, yeah.
In theory, things like that have moved, you should be seeing something reduced somewhere else.
Last year.
Right,
Well,
but
last
some of that
year-
was last year, they did a lot of that.
Yeah, last year we had a book that was probably, I don't know, it was about this thick, because we had to do a lot of moving of things. Because what had happened is, they had one person that was actually doing 3 roles. And so it was very complicated for that person to do 3 roles. And as a matter of fact, one of the roles was overseeing special ed.
Yeah, the
And-
concept I'm clear on generally, that did a lot of that in former life as well, but it can be hard going line by line through this to see numbers going up and down. Some are really going up and some aren't really.
Right, and some of them you'll see, which was
how that works.
and some of them, so what we had done, what was the one with Carrie's that we noticed that she was spending more on one line item and not on the other? Remember, there was.
Yep, she's 21.
And some of it, you'll see it's per contract, right? So they had certain items that they would put into a grant, but it was a contractual obligation. You can't put a contractual obligation into a grant, right? It has to be in your budget. And so we moved some of that. So we did some of that last year as well, is done that. Then we had money for, an example is that if we have students that are in foster care and they go to another district, we're liable to pay that. And there wasn't a line item for that in our budget. And so it was like, at the end of the year, you get a bill from another town and you're like, where do I find this money? So we made sure that we put money in here to offset that, so that way that's not happening to us. But one of the things that we did notice this year is that there was, our special ed person was using her line items, but it was coming out of a different line item. So we made sure that we adjusted the line item. I believe it, let's see, 63, is it this one? Other professionals, no, I think, no. But we did some adjustments. So we did some adjustments to the lines to make sure that when when they're billing on the budget line, it's the right budget line that they're billing on, not, so we don't have one line item that's going in the negative and one that's not being touched. Because she's like, well, that's not the correct line item. So we needed to take the money from that line item and put it into the other line item, so now she's using the right, the money's in the right line items.
These two, and then.
Which page is that on? Is that the first page?
The bottom of page 1? Yep.
So if you look at the bottom of page 1 in contracted services, you'll see that it went from 230,000 to 63.
So that's part of the reason why something increases somewhere else, but then we decrease it, because we're trying to do more accounting.
Oh, you know,
more cleaner accounting for things like that.
No, my questions were less about why does that happen, because I'm familiar with why that happened. But it's telling the story, right? Because when you're doing that, I think for the community, it's there's a good story when you can say, we're taking a different approach here. It's more effective, it's more cost effective, more effective for the dollar, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's impossible to see,
Right.
looking at a spreadsheet.
Well,
so.
and one of the things that you'll see for the next meeting, and I'll send it out to you guys as soon as it's done, but we needed to make sure we had this before we could move forward with creating it. But I think that I sent you guys kind of a book that had a layout, and I think Herb, you grabbed one when you were here, but it had kind of, and I think I said if anybody's interested, they could get a copy of one. Right. But what I've required all of my admin to do is, we have it by function code in the beginning, but then it's broken down by building. And then what I had them do is go through each line item, and anything over $5,000, they needed to write a justification for it. And so when you go through their budget, and the back part of the budget, you'll see that they have gone through and made justifications for any of those big changes in those line items. So that way, somebody in the community, if they're looking and they say, well, why is this? Then they could go, yeah, so that's what the book looks like. So they could go to the justification page and see, okay, now I understand why they did that. So it looks,
Yeah.
so you can see something similar to the, so it's in the front, and
Maybe the
then,
budget, and then there's a section right after where people can explain increases or decreases.
whether it's an increase or
from a
decrease.
standpoint. Yep.
I was going to ask you as the next question, do you ever ask folks to contribute the opportunities they've found to save money or be more cost effective? Because I know, having sold budgets before too, that's a critical story to tell. And it hopefully goes toward disabusing anyone of the notion that everyone's just focused on adding and spending and not, really managing the money.
Right,
Every
yeah.
Every time you can tell that story.
And so a perfect example would be, Rob right now is going to be looking at the rates, what is it, the rates?
The electric.
Our electric rates, because our electric rates are really high right now. So he's going to put a feeler out to see, can we get a better electric rate than what we currently have? And so that would help offset some money in our budget. So we are looking for things such as that.
Yeah, got two questions on that. What you have in here for, I guess, budgeted for this year, how's the electric rates impacted? Are you gonna be over budget this year on your electricity?
Nope, I think we budgeted for what we're using.
Okay, and you've got the same for next year in there.
Correct.
Now, are you still looking at getting into a solar power purchase agreement?
Not right now.
No.
That may be something that we look to in the future, but
Okay.
right now we kind of tabled that and put that on hold.
That's a longer range plan. Yeah.
When we met with the teachers and we talked about what are some of the things that are most important to them, with keeping it, the thing that I saw straight across the board with everybody was teacher retention, right? And then it was, keeping the consistency in our programming that we have, as well as social and emotional wellness of our students. So that was a big part that I saw throughout everyone, through all of our building administrations. They were saying those are the most important things, as well as school safety. So those are some big
Well, and I
concerns.
know, the teachers want the teacher retention, but the kids want it too.
Yeah.
We both have students in the high school, and just the turnover has been disruptive. My child wants to have some consistency, build relationships, just exactly what you said before. So I think it's just as important to the students as it is to the teachers.
That's the thing, like, my mom had Mrs. Thurlow, I had Mrs. Thurlow, and my son had Mrs. Thurlow. Like, we're just not seeing that anymore. It's harder, you know, a couple of years and they're gone. And, you know, I know some of that's changing just the environment in general, but it would really be nice to see some consistency for these kids.
Yeah.
And then the other thing we talked about was like on our contracts with our teachers, when that time comes up, is like, right now it's like 1% if they quit during the year. I would like to see that like 10% because it's way too cheap, and we've got too many teachers that have walked out, and you know, and especially in like the middle school, and so those kids feel like, well, either I can push this teacher and leave because I don't like them, or we're gonna quit on me too. Maybe that one, you know.
Well, that's how they feel. They're like, oh,
Yes.
the teacher won't be around next year anyway. I mean, that's their
Right.
perception, and that's sad.
So we're trying to like fix those things, right? Like.
Yep. So where, I guess my question is, just because I'm new to this process from the, obviously I look at budgets all day, but from the school's process, obviously this is the expenditures, this is your revenue, your draft revenue. Where does the public, or do they ever see the offsets that you have to some of these budget items? For example, like driver's ed. You know, you're showing here a revenue of 49.2, but it's also listed as expense for 49.2. So if I was to just be looking at the expenditures and never looking at the revenue, I, as a normal town person, would say it was costing us $49,200 for driver's ed, not knowing there was an offset. So I just didn't know how we communicate the offsets of revenue to the public.
I don't think we really ever have those conversations, except when we're at a board meeting, you know, we have those
Because this
discussions.
is not a net, this is a.
Right, but this also gets included in our budget book.
Okay, so it's in the
So,
book.
so
This
yeah.
goes in your annual report.
Yeah, and so that is in there, so
Okay.
they have that opportunity
Okay.
to look at that as well.
Okay.
I think it's important that at the deliberative session and at the budget hearing, that the board, school board, makes that relationship. There are costs in here, like a lot of the nutritional money is a pass-through. You know, it shows expense, but there's also offsetting revenue. You know, driver ed has always been, you know, a pass-through.
Right.
And such, so.
Right. So if someone's just looking at this, gets a hold of this, they haven't looked at the book, they don't know the book
Right,
exists, and they don't
exactly.
have this, to them they're saying, this is another expense, so.
Yeah, these are just the expenditures.
Yes,
so-
exactly. So that's what
There's
they
no
would
way to-
assume, is that there's no coverage. for
Right,
that
right.
revenue.
As I said, it's in how it's presented.
Yes.
You know, how the board presents their budget, you know, to the public at the hearing, at the deliberative session.
Well, it's nice to know it's in
At
here
other
too.
areas where they have the opportunity to.
Yeah, and I think what's good too, right, is, as you said, someone looking at that says, oh, the district pays $4,900 for driver's ed, well, I paid my own driver's ed, so where
Right.
is this money going towards?
Right.
Right, so it eliminates that question.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at this correctly here, that notice raised that, you know, of the $22 million, less than 10 is raised in taxes. So you're getting a lot of revenue from other places, you know, against all of these expenses in here, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Right,
Yes.
but the 10 million is still a lot to raise by taxes.
No question, it's still a
You know,
number.
it's still a burden, and that's why we're suffering with,
Yeah.
you know, playing musical chairs with grants in order to keep people home, so.
10 million versus 2,000 plus taxpayers.
That certainly wasn't my point, but if sort of what you're describing, if people are looking at 22 and thinking it's 22, when it's, you know, it's 9, you just want to be ahead of that.
Is there any RSA that says we can't like start our own business in town and actually start generating revenue? Our own power plant or something?
Now, has Newport been hurt by whatever the state is allowing people to take funds, whatever that educational fund is called?
Yeah, I know. So-
Educational freedom account?
Yeah,
So
whatever it's called.
we actually, which is really bizarre, is that we don't know. They don't let us know who has it.
Okay. But
So
does
we
that
don't know if
impact-
it's hurting us. Have we had students leave to go to other schools, to go to homeschool? Yes, we have.
But doesn't that money that they pay those other schools or those homeschoolers come out of what the state would otherwise pay
Well, we don't get that money. Homeschool, we can't, we have to report they're homeschooled, we don't get that. We don't get any of that money, so we wouldn't get that anyway. So that comes out of money that would have come to our school, but it doesn't. But the strange thing is that what they say to you is that, that anybody that applies for that, the educational freedom money, and they send their child, whether it be they're homeschooling, they do not have the right to have anything that the public school has to offer. But yet, we don't know the names of the kids. So, like right now, homeschool parent has every legal right to say, I would like my kid to come in and take math. I would like my kid to play basketball. I would like, but if you take that money, you've given up that right.
Okay.
But they said, you know, if we really wanted to, we could dig into it and say to the parent, yeah, we could do a lot of homework and eventually find out if they are getting that money. Because it'll say, you have 0 kids, you have 1 kid, you know, 2. But you can dig into it and ask the parent and say, do you take this? And if the parent says yes, then you can say, okay, well, it's gonna cost you $1,000 to take this.
okay.
You're gonna have to pay basketball, but would
Right.
we do that to our kids? That would be the thing, right? Because the ultimate goal is to educate our kids.
Yeah, I mean, the old days, I mean, if a kid went to Montessori or was homeschooled, they're still part of the district, pretty much, and they would come in for classes and participate in sports.
And they do that now.
Okay, which is good.
Yeah, yeah. So they do that now. And so we don't question
Okay.
if somebody is getting that funding, because to me, because
Right,
eventually, what if they do come to our
Right, but
school?
my concern was is that money being shifted from coming into the benefit the entire school district versus just going to that individual?
So it would, yes.
Which
Because
would
if
reduce the amount of money that comes into the,
Yes, because if the student was enrolled in our school, then we would get the money for that
Right.
student. But because they're not enrolled in our school, then we wouldn't get that money. So it doesn't, they wouldn't, if the parent decides to homeschool, then yes, we lose that revenue. So they could, but if they decide to take that money, it's not additional funding that they come in and take from us.
It'd be interesting to see, like, so think of the Montessori, I'd about guarantee the state portion of what they would pay us for that student to come here, it goes to Montessori. But it'd be interesting to see the homeschool kids, how many parents know that, actually take that, or is it just like a bonus for the state, like, yeah, the kid came out and now we don't have to pay it either because the parent doesn't know you can apply for that money or whatever.
And you have to, I think it's like 363% or something like that in poverty. It's like certain criteria that you have to follow.
Right.
That follow along with that. What would be ideal is if the state started tracking more of who's homeschooling, because in the state of New Hampshire, they don't even have to let me know. Well, they're supposed to let me know, but they wouldn't. They can let the state know that they're homeschooling, and there's no, in order for me to have a teacher in a classroom, they have to have a certain amount of education. In order for a parent to homeschool, they need nothing.
No.
They don't even, back in the day, they would have to do testing and all of that stuff. Now it's nothing. They don't have to do anything. And then they come back. But one of the things that we've done is, if I have somebody that's coming in and they say, oh, my child's been homeschooled and now they're a sophomore, okay, well, now there's some testing that these kids need to take to show that they're a sophomore.
Yeah.
Or we need to see, and we need to see what you've been doing with them over the years in order for us to put them in. Because we don't want to put a kid as a sophomore and then have them fail. Or we had a parent one time that said, my child's a senior. Halfway through the year, wanted to put their child in as a senior so that way they could graduate with a Newport diploma. And so we said, okay, well, we need to do some testing on your child to see if they actually are a senior. And then we need documentation. Well, I never heard from that parent again. So I think that we look at that.
how has the district done free and reduced lunch in that? I mean, I think one thing in the past, you've often had like the younger kids sign up for it, but it becomes a stigma for the older kids and they won't take advantage of it. And so the district loses out some federal funding that way. And the other
Right.
thing, I guess, tracking Medicaid reimbursement.
So we have someone that does all our tracking of our Medicaid, and we bill through MSB. And so we make sure, and then they come and audit our records to make sure that we're billing appropriately, because anything that's Medicaid billed has to be on a student's IEP. So they kind of compare to make sure that and then the services have to be done. We can't just say, this kid has a para, but we don't have a para for this kid.
Right,
and
but
bill.
we're diligent about making sure services we provide that are eligible for reimbursement.
Do get reimbursement, yes. Like special ed special ed transportation, we have a special ed bus that some of our kids ride on, that's just for students that's in their IEP. So we get reimbursed for that, because the driver on it has to have certification in that type of area, so we make sure that. But we do that, as well as, what was the other you said?
Well, it's the free and reduced.
Free and reduced.
You've
So
done a lot
it's-
better job this year. Like,
Yes,
it was
so we've
pushed
offered
big
like
time.
gift certificates and, things for families. We've been at events to have them do that. When we did the backpack giveaway, we had people here giving out the applications and filling them out. We also kind of went away a little bit from, because when I first came here, it was only on the computer. Well, a lot of people don't have computers at home, right? So we offered people that wanted to come in or go to the buildings to do it on the computer. But we also said, here's a paper copy. Fill it out and we'll take care of it on our end. Because you're asking somebody that qualifies for free and reduced lunch to fill out an application online, and they may not have it, but they have their phone, right? And they're like, forget this, I'm not filling it out on my phone, it's way too difficult.
Yeah.
So we've made it a lot easier for them to be able to complete the application process. So we actually we got a lot in this year, so we were lucky, because that does drive our funding, our Title I funding.
Yeah, and
all
people
that.
don't realize that. I can say that for years I never filled it out because I know darn well I wasn't getting reduced for free. So I just ignored it until someone actually educated me and said, this actually benefits the school. They need these numbers. They need this. No matter what your income is, you need to fill this out.
It's about the only thing that they have to measure.
Right. But I never knew that all the years I just.
Yeah, because I think Donna's first year, the amount we were getting in funding was X, but then like the next year it dropped like 300 grand. It was based on the free and reduced hot lunch, and that's a huge number, and that's a like hard thing to swallow. So this year I know like the teachers and the building administrators are like pushing it, like just fill it out, even if you don't qualify, it's fine. There's no shame in it. Just no one knows. It's not like you're sitting in front of a class with kids and just fill it out because it
And
benefits
there's only
us.
one person, so the law is very strict with that. So when it comes in, we only have one person that can process it. And so I don't even know who's free and reduced. The teachers don't even know.
I will
who's
say
free and
we
reduced.
rely on it in the banking world as well, because when I'm providing services of education to low to moderate income families, the only data I have to know if that district meets that criteria is through that data.
And a lot of people don't realize that if they just barely miss the cutoff of free and reduced, they can go and apply to SNAP. And when they do that, they get directly certified for free or reduced here. So it kind of loops back, and we can still get benefit from that. Yeah.
I have a couple of questions on revenue items. These are probably new guy questions, but read the line.
Well, great, I'm a new guy.
Yeah. Tuition is a 5% of the revenue, so that's a big number. What drives that? Is that neighboring communities? Is that a rate that we set? Is it a formula that's just?
So so what we do is, we tuition in students like from Goshen, from Croydon, from Leominster, and Claremont. So we have revenue, we get revenue from those. What we do is we look at what a district, so for instance, right now, Goshen has their home school is Claremont. And so we would look at their rate, what do they charge them? So if they charge them $18,000, then we say, okay, well, we're gonna be compatible and do the same amount. So that way, if a parent has the option, they're gonna come here. Now, if we were to say to a parent, okay, well, Claremont charges 17, we charge 18, you have to pay the $1,000, then the parent's gonna say, well, I like Newport better, but I don't have the money to pay $1,000, so I'm gonna go back there. And so that's where we generate some of our revenue for that, is getting that. And so we do have a large amount of students that do come from surrounding areas. Yeah, and we can look at our numbers, right? So when we look at Goshen and we say, okay, we currently have, I'll say 36 kids in our elementary school or our middle school or high school, more than likely they're going to come back, because they're not going to say, okay, my child did 2 years of high school and now they're going to go to a different school for 2 years, right? They're going to want that consistency with their child.
The other two items, flashbacks to my time in Vermont, perhaps, I think. Adequate education aid and state education aid, I'm assuming that's a statewide education funding thing?
Yeah, those numbers are generated through the state,
Yeah.
so.
There's an adequacy formula that generates, depending on our average daily membership, that will, count it through. And again, a lot of that formula depends on free and reduced numbers and how many special ed kids we have. So the state provides that.
I know in my experience in Vermont, a heavy driver of that, which drove us crazy trying to budget, plan and manage tax rates, was it came down to some
Version of calculating cost per student across towns and relative to your tax base and cause money to flow into towns and out of towns. And this looks like it flows into town for us here, but we could have all had a full-time job on our board trying to understand what moved that number because it had a big impact. So anything that we should know as a budget advisory committee about that? Anything driving you crazy the way that's working? Anything that's impacting the bottom line tax rate?
Well, this year so this year that we had to have a special meeting because the state was late in getting the number out or whatever, and was it like 300,000?
They changed the adequacy formula, so we
Right.
got additional funds this year. We had the special meeting back in September, and that was $290,380. So
Yeah, so it was great news. So what that allowed us to do was to do a one-time inflation to our teaching staff of $1,000 in their pocket, as well as we put some of it aside to help with the bus barn that we're redoing right now.
The tuition rates, are those adjusted yearly, or are those just adjusted on a basis, depending on who the student is coming from where?
The board will vote on the adjustment rates. Yeah, and so we wait to see what the other school districts are going to do. So if we look at, so for instance, right, I know from talking with Russ in Sunapee that his rate is going to be whatever another district, so say they get Goshen, again, I'll say the $18,000, that's what Sunapee will charge, even though it may be $25,000 or $23,000 for a child to go there. If Goshen only has to pay $18,000 to Claremont, they're going to only have to pay $18,000 to go to Sunapee. And so we would do the same thing. And so it's almost like a battle of where they want to go. And we've actually been very fortunate that we've actually won the battle quite a bit. So we're actually really lucky. We have Goshen's school that there is Claremont. We have probably 4 times the amount of kids here that Claremont does, and Claremont is their anchor school. And usually that's where you send your kids, is to your anchor school. But they don't, they choose to send them here, so we've been very fortunate with that.
There's a long tradition of Goshen kids coming to Newport, so they have older siblings, and probably some of the parents went to Newport.
Yeah, so we've been really lucky with
I
that.
think that you're right, yeah.
We also, this last year, changed, so we have a contract with Goshen, and when that contract with Goshen's up, we don't plan on renewing the contract. We plan on offering them to come here at the rate, but we just don't want to be, if we're their anchor school, we have no choice. We have to take their kids. Well, if you have a group of kids coming from a different town that are causing huge issues in our school, disrupting our school, well, the money's not worth it because they're wrecking the education for other kids. And so by not being an anchor school, that's helped that a lot. And then it's very ironic because the anchor school for Goshen is Claremont, but we get most of their kids. The others, like, we get some Unity kids, like, we don't have a contract with them, but this is what it is, and they come here, and so yeah, eliminating that anchor school part.
And it helps us a lot, because when we were an anchor school, the kids came no matter what. And if we didn't have the services that the kids needed, then it wasn't fair to the kids. And so now when a student comes, there's an application process that the parent and the student go through, and they meet with the building principal, and they have those conversations about, what are the needs, what are your needs, and, what are your expectations when you come here, and what do we expect from you? And so there becomes more of a conversation with anybody else that's not from Newport that's coming into our schools, and they have those conversations. And then if they say, we can't meet these needs, then they can deny the child to come here. And it's okay for them to do that because it's what's best for the child. And of course, the parent at the time may not think that, but we don't want to be just somebody that's just accepting the money and not providing the kid what they need, right? We're an educational facility, and we want to make sure that we're educating the kids to the best of our ability. And if we can't do it, we're going to say, I'm sorry, we can't offer the services your child needs, because we know what ends up happening is they come to our school, we can't offer the services, and so the kid tends to act out, and then they become naughty in some cases, and it just overwhelms the whole entire population of the school, where if they went to a school that could provide the services that they need, then they could get everything that they needed.
Yeah,
And
like
it's
our
not
past-
based on whether they're special ed or anything like that. But it could be, we could have one of the things that we were struggling at the very beginning of the school year was we went from 3 fifth grade teachers to 2. And so our numbers were high for 5th grade. And so if we had somebody that applied to go into 5th grade that was from, another outside of our district, then we could say no based on the fact that we don't have the space available, right? But if we had somebody that was working at the bank or whatever down the street and they lived in Manchester, and that also opens that opportunity for them to apply to come to Newport School and get accepted into our school. So that's what we ended up doing, is doing more of an application process that's open to any student as well as our staff. So we have some staff members that we put in that they can bring their kids and it's no cost to them. And so we have staff members that are driving from Manchester that their kids go to school here, right? And so that's good for us because, parents don't normally like to start kids off at a school and then pull their kid, right? So it's longevity for us as well with the teacher, so.
How many students does this all?
We have about 800 students. Yes.
And roughly how many of that would be special ed?
Oh, I would not even begin to know.
No.
It's high.
That's a Carrie question.
Yeah. I do know that she is planning on doing some type of thing in the future, but I asked her today if she had numbers, and she said, I'd have to do a lot of digging to make sure I can pull that up. But I do know that in the spring, we're going to be doing a presentation to the board regarding our special ed and our special ed process and the number of special ed students. I can get that to the board if they want. I can see if she has something. Can you just send her?
I'm seeing if she sent, I had to do something early in the year with students, like how many were, I want to say, I can't even guess.
I can, if you don't mind me just texting her real quick, I can see if she may know at the top of her head, but
It's
I
certainly
hate
not
to.
urgent, but, I ask from my past experience, especially when they're as high special ed as it was in the previous case there, it's so much of the story of what's going on here.
We do have a high population of special ed students.
Both expense and revenue and the interplay, and when you're standing in front of your town trying to explain what's going on, and it's a headwind, right? Special ed is an absolute requirement. You have to fulfill it. You can get as creative as you can be, but it's going to move numbers, and if you have to offset those numbers, people need to know that's what's going on. That you get
Right.
less of this over here because you have no choice on this headwind.
Right.
But also your special ed needs could be like everything from a child that just needs some speech pathology work to someone who needs a full-time aid and constant care.
Out-of-district placements, which,
Yeah.
are massive impacts.
Yep.
And, there's need there, right, but it's for everyone to understand where these numbers come from.
I think we've said in the past, like even if the state would just literally take all the special ed funding, like pay all the special ed part of it, it would solve the issue because it is a huge number, of our budget, and then it's all required. Like this is what happens. It frustrates me so much is like the lead thing this last year. It's now 5 parts per billion. Yet at home you can have 15. It's okay, and they're supposed to change it again to 2, and it's like, oh, we'll give you half the funding you need to fix that. Well, that's still more of an expense that now the taxpayers have to pay because you decide to change a number that is irrelevant, honestly, when you don't change it everywhere. So much of this is mandate crap that we have to spend money on that is wasted money or whatever,
touched on this, and again, I call it a headwind, but it's in that category of, you have contracts, people can disagree about whether they're good contracts or not, but they are contracts, and so a certain amount of this is going up because it's going up, health insurance, things like that. I found that it was very important to be able to explain those numbers versus everything else, because the reality is those numbers are gonna go up, and so if you need to cover that somehow, that story needs to be understood, you know.
Right.
I'm going without over here because I'm covering that.
And sometimes in cases where, like health insurance, you have a spike in the current budget year, it's good to go back and look at what the trend has been over several years, so you can express that this is just a spike, or normally we're better than this, and it should not be this way year after year.
Is that how many kids?
Yeah, the SPED membership. I found it. We have 791 students total, according to our FY23 report. And FY23 SPED membership was 203.
So third.
A quarter.
Yeah, about that.
So total
Thank you.
enrollment, 791, including tuition students, or is that just Newport?
That's all students.
All students. You go back a couple of decades, we used to have 1,300 students here.
791.
In less space.
Yep.
So we probably didn't pull as many students out for specials and
Yeah.
such.
Hopefully I'm not jumping ahead of anybody here too far.
Questions?
Page 11, under 2620. 430, line 431, back in 22-23 was 708,000. And that shows a $500,000 drop.
Did you say 2611?
2620.
Oh, okay, 2620 on what?
Page 11.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2620 on what line item or function?
431.
431.
Repairs and maintenance.
Right.
It was 708, 847, and it dropped the following year to an approved amount of 290, and that's, and we got for 290.
The question is, what got fixed?
One of those.
That was one of those one-time expenditures, yeah. Yep, those were the actuals. But typically, 290 has been your benchmark for that line item.
Which leads to the question, what capital costs are coming up, roofs or such? Do you have any sort of schedule as to?
Yes, we're working on a capital improvement plan.
Okay.
Working on it.
Yeah,
I want to get through this first,
Right.
and then I'll move on to that. But yeah.
And we want to work with the select board to make sure that we
I
can
think
come
it-
together.
Like, just because I work with maintenance and stuff, like I know like CTE will be really good there because obviously we're doing the remodel, so we know like where everything was there. Windows and stuff at the school, like some stuff was updated. I know like Rodney looked into it at one point, but it was stupid money because they don't make them like that anymore or something.
Yeah.
The roof on the actual school, I'm not sure. I would think like Richards and stuff because it's newer. But yeah, we've talked for a while about we need to get some sort of committee together that have improvements so we know, okay, we're gonna, 5 years from now, we have to do a roof or like I know the heating system and stuff, like that's constantly being tinkered on and updated and stuff.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Rodney has mentioned that to me, that we want to kind of revamp or recreate our capital improvement plan so that we can, forecast some of the things that we need, like, if we have 20-year-old boilers and we need, some paving done, we want to kind of get ahead of that curve and make sure that we account for those sort of needs down the road and make a 10-year plan, just so we're not too surprised. Try to,
And there
do
is a
some-
committee that will be getting together
Yeah.
to get all of that situated.
But we have done a lot of like smaller stuff over time. I've seen Rodney, like
Yeah.
they took the old boiler out of here that was no good. And there's been all like little things that, so I think we're not doing anything. We're making small improvements. So we definitely need to get together so that way we know if the high school's gonna need a roof in 5 years, we're planning for it. because those are stupid money. I think me and Jim were supposed to get together, because we wanted to do it with the town, so that we weren't doing the same big projects on the same years if possible.
So what I'm thinking of, back in the original proposal for the tech center renovations was put forward, that included the roof and a boiler. And those got taken out when the cost went up.
Yeah.
And I think an inspection of the roof said it was still good for a while, and not sure about the boiler. The boiler's been an issue there.
I think the roof was 10 years guesstimate, I believe. The boiler, I don't remember.
Well, 10 years, it's a perfect opportunity to put in a capital improvement plan.
Yes.
And also, the district that I came from is not only, roofs and boilers, but they also consider things, their accreditation schedule. So they put like $5,000 in every year into a capital improvement plan balance, so that when, after 5 years, if they wanted to spend $25,000 on an accreditation cycle, it wasn't such a shock to the budget.
And just a couple of years ago, under one of the grants, ESSER, one of them, I think we got 3 buses. So like that helped us put us a little ahead there with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's something that we definitely need to get on top of, so we know. And the whole point was to try to not to, if the town's like, hey, we need to do this big project this year, all right, let's not try to put the same thing through, at the same year, because then it's not affordable to anybody and they both fail, or like, so trying to work together to get things to pass and fix the town how we need to.
So currently, all those types of expenses are happening just in the year as requested and having the impact that they have in that year. That's correct. Yes.
One more question under 2620.
Sure.
Under 737 furniture,
Yes.
we had an actual back in 2020, 22, 23 of 1784, and then 50,000 was allotted, approved last year, and 50,000 again for this year.
But they cut it to 30.
Cut to 30.
Cut to 30.
Yeah, we cut it to 30.
Still a big difference between that and an actual 1,700. It seems like putting a lot of money in the bank for rainy day.
Well, no.
I think in the past, it's just furniture always got dropped when budgets got tight and stuff, and you made do with what you had. So,
And part of that is like a lot of the furniture is part of the CTE project. So we, sort of use that as impetus to, target our furniture replacement.
A lot of if you went to our middle school, one of the things that we looked at doing was replacing some of the furniture, and it was because it still had the old-fashioned, the chairs that kind of, the chair that went out like this and then went back and you sat in it. And so that was all fun and great when, maybe I was in high school or middle school, because kids were a lot smaller back in the day, right? And so now our kids are a lot bigger. Some of our middle school kids are bigger than our seniors in high school. And so when I was there last year, quite a few times the kids would be sitting down and then they'd get up and the whole desk would come up with them. So we needed to look at, okay, maybe we need to replace this, because that's kind of embarrassing, because middle school is that age, right, where you're real awkward and, and so, and you're trying to figure out yourself out. And so we looked at and replaced a lot of our.
It goes back to your learning environment as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
you're
and
uncomfortable when you're in a classroom for 2 hours,
Yeah, well, and then when we had, we do this wonderful thing with our middle and high school is we have guest speakers come in and they talk about their careers. And so we had somebody come in and they were talking about their career. And the woman, when she said to me, she said, you have a really great place. Your teachers and staff are really great. And I was like, thank you. She said, too bad they have to work in an environment that is not very appealing to the eye with all this old-fashioned furniture and equipment. I was like, wow.
of course, it is functional, more or less.
I was like, wow.
They're not sitting on rocks.
And they're supposed to be focused on learning, not the
I know, but I was
decor.
like, wow.
Of course, at that point, you should have hit the person up to see if their company
I
wanted
know, yeah.
to make a
Donate,
donation
yeah.
to replace the furniture.
I know.
Do You know we're publicly funded, right?
That seems to be the case though, like, when I was sitting on the CT filling in for Steve, I was his alternate, and like, that happened to be the day we approved like 7 contracts, you know, for millions of dollars, and I'm looking through them and I'm just like, I just feel like they're screwing you because it's a school, and so you say school and the price goes way up, because I'm like, there's no way that roof costs that much if they're gonna come to my house and do it, even at this size, like it's not, and I think that's some of what happens. It's like, oh, it's a school, they have the money. It's like, do you know anything? Like, you live around here, right? Like, you know that's not the case, and apparently, yeah.
Any other further questions? Donna, do you have anything else?
No, I'm good. I appreciate the thoughts, you know, that things moving forward, talking about expenses versus revenues. I think that's a great idea to be discussing that at our budget meetings as well as our deliberative, and then talking about our budget versus what our revenue is, you know. So I really like the suggestions on talking about those things, as well as looking at, you know, what are some of our really driving costs, our health insurance, you know, dental insurances, our insurances, you know, the cost of living, that type of stuff. So having those conversations. So I appreciate the feedback as far as that goes as well. So thank you for that.
I have one question. So on page 7.
You're not allowed to.
I know. So page 7, the 2222 line area on 531, it says communications, telephone and cell is 51,300. Is that what we spend for
Which 222?
2?
Yeah.
Right, or maybe it's backwards. Maybe it's the computer at the bottom of the page. The last one that says 531.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
the reason why it's 51.3 versus.
Well, no, not even that.
So
Like,
why we had it that amount is because we added in the phone service for the bus barn, because we didn't have it over there. So Caleb was walking around with a cell phone, and so now when we're doing the renovations, they're going to have a landline and computer,
Right.
all that stuff. So that's what that is. That includes that.
is that like the internet too, and or is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. Because like, how we spend 51,000 for a telephone? Like, one hookup's like, okay, that makes sense now.
Yeah, I think in your large package, that was even one of your comments.
Page
about,
7, the bottom of the
because it
page,
was over 5,000.
531.
For that landline.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to redo it because these are based on some of the changes that we just made. So now we got to redo our book.
Well, I mean, the changes just came out 2 days ago, so you were pretty much rushing to get this out.
Yes, yes, it's been very busy the last, between yesterday and today, trying to pull the budget together and adding in the support staff contract, as well as having to try to talk with the admin and talk with staff and say, okay, what are some of the things that you feel that we can cut that will make the least impact on students? And so they were very supportive and helpful in going through and, okay, what can we do here? How can we change this? Can we put this in this grant? And so it's a lot of work, but we did it, and so we're pretty happy. Like I said, we did, I mean, at one time, so I'm just gonna go back. When we had our meeting, I keep all of my stuff, so I apologize. When we had our meeting just 2 days ago, we were looking at the amount that it was gonna be. It was 109, was it 109?
119.
Was it
19?
119. So we went from $1.19 to 55 cents in 2 days, so.
Yeah.
So that's a lot.
Okay, I guess our next meeting is January 9th, I believe.
Yes, so it's the public hearing followed by the board meeting. So followed by a regular meeting after. And so if there's any suggestions or any, if anybody wants to get together with me and talk, or if you want to even go over to the schools and talk to the principals or whatever, I'll be more than happy to do that with you. And as soon as we get now that we have this, we'll start working on the second piece, and I'll get that to you so you can see the explanations and all of that stuff. I'll get all that to you.
Any other comments? Teams?
Very much for all the prep you did and all the information, all the questions.
No critique or anything?
I know, Bert, well, you were way too quiet. That makes me nervous when you're quiet, Bert.
It's never going quiet.
It makes me nervous when you talk as much as you do.
Oh, wow.
Chair?
Please go back to
So
the
are you
list.
just closing the meeting, or is there going to be a vote?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Okay, I'll put in a motion now. and-
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining?
Thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you.